can't get an answer to this stupid. Florence, it's not quite what we're going for here.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So let's see. What is the largest rodent in the U.S.? 215-263-WMMR, and we'll go to Dan to see if we have an answer. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Good. Dan, largest rodent in the United States, please.
Nice beaver.
Yes. The beaver. Hang on a second, Dan. We are going to set you up, sir, with tickets to the Bubba Bash, celebrating Neil Peart. It's a drummer's dream. It's coming up on Saturday night, January 6th at the Keswick Theater. Special guests include Why Not, Mike Portnoy, Joe Bergamini, and many other people will be on board. Very few tickets remain via AXS.com. You can go to WMMR.com for the complete details.
On a non-vagina note, have you ever seen a beaver out in the wild?
No, not in the wild.
Yeah.
They're big,
They
man.
are effing huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no idea. They have the delightful little groundhogish kind of thing. No, much bigger.
Yeah, they're beasts to be reckoned with. All right, so we're going to start with this weird story. Beverly Hills 90210 star Ian Ziering was apparently the victim of a nasty daylight brawl involving multiple mini motorcycle riders on Los Angeles' Hollywood Boulevard on New Year's Eve.
It was the weirdest thing I ever saw.
The violent incident was captured on video. It was posted by TMZ, and the instantly recognizable Ziering is identified as the victim getting pummeled by a group of helmeted riders. Ziering had shared a video message on Instagram Monday that was detailing the incident. He said, while stuck in traffic, my car was approached aggressively by one of these riders, leading to an unsettling confrontation. In an attempt to assess any damage, I exited my car. This action, unfortunately, escalated into a physical altercation, which I navigated to protect myself. In the video footage of the attack, you could see him quickly surrounded by as many as 4 helmeted riders who were throwing punches and kicks before he ran across the street. He's holding his own against them.
Yeah, he was doing pretty well.
And then at some point, it's 4 against 1. You got to get the hell out of there, man.
So I saw pictures this morning, TMZ has it, of the damage on the car. And it seems that the substantial damage occurred after the brawl began because initially he had been sideswiped and he got out, or at least that's what he says. He believes he was, and he got out to assess the damage. But they caved in his windshield right over the driver's side, Preston.
I saw that smash it with his helmet. Like, I see this stuff, man, and I get so mad. And, like, not just, like, the attack, not just the fight and stuff like that, but just the havoc that these people wreak upon the streets and upon the pedestrians. It really pisses me off.
And then that it's a 90210 star carries it to another level. You cannot do that to that zip code.
Come on.
No.
He said this action, unfortunately, escalated into a physical altercation, which I navigated to protect myself. And, yeah, like I said, he ran across the street. One attacker brandished a motorcycle helmet as a weapon and chased him onto the sidewalk where he broke free. He said, I am relieved to report that my daughter and I are both completely unscathed, but the incident has left me deeply concerned about the growing boldness of such groups who disrupt public safety and peace.
We know the situation that occurred here with the guy pulling the gun on the woman. Yeah, I mean, kicking in the back windshield.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to jail.
The situation highlights a larger issue, he said, of hooliganism on our streets and the need for effective law enforcement responses to such behavior.
Did you see the footage of him consoling his daughter? Because he runs across the street and she's just bawling.
Yeah, she's 12 years old. So he's, she's a young gal, and that I could see that absolutely scaring the hell out of her. Officers are investigating the incident, which took place at around 3 p.m. Sunday near the famed corner of Hollywood and Highland, right along the Hollywood Walk of Fame. By the time police arrived at the scene, the bikers were gone. So I guess they're going to maybe try to identify these people from the video.
The L.A. mayor came down on all of this and said she's going to move ahead with a plan to protect the cast of both 90210 and Melrose.
Oh, good.
And Melrose.
Thank God.
Thank goodness. Was there a crossover at some point?
There was, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I understand the need to loop them in
and somehow Pinky Tuscadero's in it.
Wow. They needed a retro throwback in there somehow or another. So this is interesting. Jimmy Kimmel blasted New York Jets player Aaron Rodgers on Tuesday, threatening to sue the quarterback after suggesting that he was an associate of Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, wow.
Kimmel had written in part, your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up and we'll debate the facts further in court. What I love about the tweet is he started off by writing "Dear A-hole," but he spelled the word "a-hole" out, and he used 2 A's at the beginning, like Aaron.
That's great.
That's pretty funny. And he said, "For the record, I've not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any, quote, list, other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality." This stems from earlier in the day. He was on ESPN's The Pat McAfee Show, where he suggested that the late-night Jimmy Kimmel Live host was one of the men who traveled to Epstein's infamous private island and took advantage of the underage girls Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell trafficked. The unredacted list of associates was rumored to be released in the new year.
I busted out laughing. There was a meme yesterday, Preston, about because everyone's waiting for the Epstein list to be revealed, and it's Epstein from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Oh, jeez.
Was Epstein's mother on the sign at the bottom?
But was Aaron serious or was he joking? And that was just the name that he grabbed out of thin air.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
McAfee's co-host A.J. Hawk was the first to mention the late Epstein's list. Rogers responded, "A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that it doesn't come out." He added, "I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I'll definitely be popping some sort of bottle." U.S. District Judge Loretta Preska ruled that the previously sealed list of 150 named associates until now identified as John and Jane Doe's could be unsealed beginning on January 1st. Some names of Epstein's associates have already been made public, including that of England's Prince Andrew, Elon Musk, and former CEO of Microsoft Bill Gates. Names on the list of Epstein's flight logs, which was not released at the time of publishing Tuesday evening, is expected to include people who worked for Epstein, flew on his planes, or visited his homes, or in some cases appear on potential witness lists or in proposed terms of searches for electronic records.
You know, he has that island, or had that island, obviously, and it's just south of the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's in between St. John and St. Thomas, and they are currently really like starting over from scratch.
Raising the whole place?
Yeah, they're going to build a new resort, and it took a long time. And Steve, as you can well imagine, there was a lot of back and forth in courts and whatever.
Yes.
But it's probably a good thing at this point because it's, it'll be forever known as Epstein Island,
right,
unless you can change the narrative and build something that's nice there. And
like Hitler Island might be a...
Yeah, that's a terrible place.
Hitler Island.
Nobody wants to go there. Tourism is way down on Hitler Island.
Nick, as we all know, there were thousands of hours. That entire island was wired with video cameras. In fact, the modus operandi of Epstein was supposedly accruing all of this very sensitive video footage of the world's luminaries for blackmail potential. Where did that footage go? Remember, they had drones flying over the island, and they saw all these officials ransacking the buildings on the newly named Hitler Island.
They transferred all the stuff over to Manson Island.
Manson Island, which is just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
Welcome! Smiles, everyone! Make all your dreams come true! Look at, I got a little guy next to me in tuxedo.
Charles Manson is there as you get off the plane and you arrive.
Smiles, everyone! Smile! Smile!
Oh, goodness.
There's Dabney Coleman. He wants to get back with his wife.
To play.
Turns out my dad had been going to Manson Island for a long time, and nobody in our family knew.
Didn't even know. Well. All right, I have some other stories. How about this one? Jeremy Renner shared what motivated his recovery the most while appearing on CNN's New Year's Eve specials Sunday night. The Avengers actor told Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen that he had, quote, so many things to live for following his tragic snowplow incident on New Year's Day last year.
1 year.
Yeah. He said,
and he's doing as well as he is. It's amazing.
He said, I have a giant family. I have a 10-year-old daughter. I would have disappointed and really messed up a lot of people's lives.
Hold on. You said he has a giant family?
They're all 9 feet tall.
Wow. I'm Jeremy Renner's brother.
No, but he said it would have messed up a lot of people's lives if I would have passed. There's a lot for me to get better for. And he said that there was a lot for me to fight for, and recovery was just one one-way road in my mind.
Here comes Jeremy Renner and his family.
I'm part of Jeremy Renner's family. You're so tiny.
He jokingly added that he's also a pretty stubborn son of a bitch. The mayor of Kingstown actor released his first song from his forthcoming EP about his recovery titled Love and Titanium on Monday, and the full EP will be available on January 19th. He's a talented musician.
It's astonishing. I mean, they were showing some of the footage of, they sort of did a computer-generated recreation of the accident.
Yeah.
How the hell are you walking around looking so good and being so mobile after having that thing literally roll over you?
Being run over on snow helped somewhat, but still could have easily killed him.
Speaking of that New Year's Eve special, did you see the footage of Anderson Cooper laughing at John Mayer?
No.
Oh, my God. John Mayer's in Japan, and he calls into the show from a cat cafe, which is a weird thing that I guess exists in Japan or whatever, but Anderson Cooper can't stop laughing, and it's that classic, high-pitched, wonderful Anderson
Betty
Cooper
Rubble
laugh. Yes, and it's Casey goes on for a minute and a half. It's terrific.
Well,
Is he,
there's
like,
a whole
asking if it's sanitary and stuff.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
right?
The cats, as cats do, get up and their asses are, they keep turning around, and there's lots of cat asses all over the. By the way, we do have cat cafes right in Philadelphia.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And by the way, they were also allowed to drink again
Yes,
this
they
year,
were.
from what I understand.
They started
So,
with shots.
yeah, which
See all the cat asses there?
may have led to the giggling and that whole thing. Wow. I was sad to hear about this. Steve told me about this yesterday, and I completely missed it. I don't know how over the break, but beloved actor Tom Wilkinson, Oscar-nominated British actor known for his roles in The Full Monty, The Best Exotic Marigold Hotel, and others, passed away. He was 75 years old. A statement shared by his agent on behalf of the family said that he died suddenly at home on Saturday and did not provide any details. I didn't see anything yet. He was nominated for a Best Actor Academy Award for his work in 2001's family drama In the Bedroom, which is a
Powerful movie.
very powerful film. Man, in the Best Supporting Actor category for his role in Michael Clayton as well, and the 2000 film that starred George Clooney. He's remembered by many in Britain and beyond for playing former steel mill foreman Gerald Cooper in the 1997 comedy The Full Monty. He's so great. Everybody's great in that movie.
He also played Nugget in Good Burger.
Wow, that I didn't know. But he also appeared in dozens of other films, including Batman Begins, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Valkyrie, The Patriot, a whole bunch of stuff. It was sad to hear this.
He turns in a great performance. He is the priest in The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Oh, yeah.
And he's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
The actor was recognized for his services to drama in 2005 when he was appointed a member of the Order of the British Empire. So I'm curious as to why he passed away so suddenly.
I was trying to examine. I think we all want to know, why someone passes. And
I have less questions when you're 75 years old, though. I mean,
it's sort of galling sometimes. And I don't know why. The main thing is that they're gone. But I think should I be aware of this? Or, the hypochondriacal element kicks in.
Yeah, and maybe part of it, too, is you hope they didn't suffer in some horrible way or, something like that. And maybe that you can take some form of comfort in that.
Eaten alive by cats in a cat.
Maybe something like that. I don't know. But I was sad to hear about Tom Wilkinson passing. This was an interesting news story that popped up. Snoop Dogg will be an unlikely source for commentary for NBC at the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris.
I'm down with that, man.
Yes, the 52-year-old has been named as an analyst for the network. And this is 3 years after he and Kevin Hart had provided streaming-only commentary at the Summer Olympics in Tokyo on Peacock in 2021.
It was a big hit.
And it was a huge hit.
Yeah.
Snoop said, I grew up watching the Olympics and I'm thrilled to see the incredible athletes bring their A game to Paris. He said it's a celebration of skill, dedication, and the pursuit of greatness.
I remember one event that he did last time around was the equestrian, and he and Kevin Hart, they were so damn funny, just making fun of the horses, and it's the best. It's so much fun.
He said we're going to have some amazing competitions, and, of course, I will be bringing that Snoop style to the mix. It's going to be the most epic Olympics ever, so stay tuned and keep it locked.
By the way, Snoop Dogg is all over my Acme, all over all the Acmes, and I ended up
hard times.
Well, no. He's got his own cereal.
Oh, really?
And so I ended, and It's not just one kind of cereal, by the way.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, there's like a chocolate one and a fruity one. And I'm walking down the aisle. I saw it. And then, like a couple of times, visits later, it was 99 cents a box. I'm like, yeah, I got to do it. So I ended up buying the box of the fruity ones. And it was basically like Fruit Loops meets Lucky Charms. And it was magnificent.
Oh, really?
That sounds
so
incredibly sweet.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not it's not Quaker Oats. It's not Cheerios. It's definitely, but man, it was really good. It was worth 99 cents.
Could Snoop Dogg be one of the greatest American success stories of all time?
Well, he's way up there.
From where he started, essentially running in the gang circles and managed to not make his way into a successful music career in the world of hip hop and all that, but then transcend that in like 50 different ways.
Yeah.
He's crossed
taken
over
into all these different directions.
acting,
Unbelievable.
DIY, all that stuff.
Quick question, Nick, if you can tell me.
Martha Stewart.
When did Two Live Crew come out and when did Doggy Style come out? Because,
Two Live Crew is 90.
okay, because Doggy Style came out, like 92, 93,
Yeah,
maybe 94.
92.
Not that much time. But do you remember how controversial Two Live Crew was?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, listen to Doggy Style and how misogynistic, it's insane.
Yeah, well, that was what was making waves at the time. That's how you broke out,
That's how you got to fly honeys.
Yeah. So he appeared in a commercial for NBC's Olympics coverage with several American athletes during the Packers and Vikings game on New Year's Eve. The opening ceremony for the Paris Olympics is scheduled to take place on July 26th, although that is subject to change, by the way.
Doggy Style came out in 93.
Okay.
93. Okay. So let's see. Oh, I have sad news from the world of the Bachelorette gang.
Oh!
Stars Rachel Lindsay and Brian Abasolo are laying down their final rose. Abasolo announced on Rachel. Rachel? That's the first word at the line above that. We need the Bachelor music. I know this
you
is
said it was
terrible.
sad.
I know it's sad,
Okay,
but
well, I'll make it happier.
So anyhow, they
we
announced
go.
on Instagram on Tuesday that the pair are going their separate ways.
I don't love you. I don't love you.
After 4 years of marriage. Lindsay starred as the first black lead in franchise history on The Bachelorette in 2017.
While she was attractive, she and he literally had no personalities.
That's where she met Abasolo. They were married 2 years later in August of 2019.
I don't love you.
He wrote in his statement, after more than 4 years of marriage, Rachel and I have made the difficult decision to part ways and start anew.
Anew.
My parents have been married for forever.
Like forever, like a billion years.
And I'm a family man, but sometimes loving yourself and your partner means you must let go.
Of your pee-pee.
Wait, what?
When I'm loving myself.
Sometimes
it makes no
loving yourself
sense.
and your partner means you must let go.
It's gobbledygook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote this for them.
Okay.
I'm stupid.
Court documents list the former couple's date of separation as New Year's Eve. Lindsay shared a post to Instagram on the same day referring to 2023 as, quote, one of the hardest years of her life. So,
Yeah, I doubt it.
well, they're breaking up, so they're apparently filing for divorce.
Percentage-wise, I wonder how many of these pairings have succeeded and how many have gone
I know
awry.
Trista and whatever that other dude's name was.
There's actually
Ryan.
Yeah, there's more than you would think, but it's still laughable that people
There's
go
at
on these
least
shows for love.
2.
Yeah.
So the Golden Bachelor, did I read that the woman from Aston, from Delco, is going to preside over
Officiate,
the...
yes.
Okay, nice.
So one of the women he turned down on the Golden Bachelor will be the officiant for the wedding.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's very nice.
There are 25 over the years that have been together.
Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, how many
Wow.
seasons have there been of both? Like
2,000, yeah.
There's a lot, but that's way more
Is
than
that
I
more
thought.
than you thought? Yeah.
Very, very much so.
love it.
Interesting. Very-
show.
It's lovely. All right, this is nice. 2024 is the year that Michelle Yeoh became a grandmother. So, yep, the Everything Everywhere All at Once star shared a sweet photo to Instagram yesterday showing her holding a newborn baby's foot. It was a removed.
What happened?
Yeah.
What did you do to my baby?
She ripped the foot off.
Yeah, it's like a wishbone.
Good luck.
She wrote, a little miracle on the first day of 2024. We are so truly blessed.
Here's a hand.
Can't tell you.
Don't leave Michelle alone with the baby.
Can't tell you how happy I am for this very, very special bundle of joy. Yo later revealed that her husband, Gene Todd's son, Nicholas, had a baby. She wrote, thank you, darling Nicholas and Darina, for making us the happiest and proudest grandparents. Welcome, baby Maxime.
I watched Michelle Yeoh in that Agatha Christie, Kenneth Branagh movie, Mystery in Venice, or I forget the title.
Murder in Venice?
Murder in Venice,
Yeah.
And she's a pretty big star. I don't want to spoil too much, but I'm like, they sort of give her the bum's rush in that movie quickly. Like, I'm like,
Really?
this is a major Academy Award winner now. Maybe it was done prior to her Oscar win.
Sophie Turner celebrated the women in her life while looking back on 2023 in an Instagram post shared on Tuesday. She wrote, 2023 was the year of the girlies.
2023 was the year of the girlies.
2024's forecast is looking fairly consistent. And she captioned a carousel of photos, including a never-before-seen photo of herself with Taylor Swift and other friends at the Chiefs-Jets game in October. Turner and her husband of 4 years, Joe Jonas, announced that they were divorcing in 2020.
Which just ripped my guts out.
I know, but apparently it was the year of the girlies, not the year of her divorce.
Taylor, can we get chicken fingers? I'm enjoying this competition.
Let's see what else I have here for you. Brooke Hogan is a happily married woman. The former Hogan Knows...
I've never been happier in my life.
Knows Best reality star confirmed that she tied the knot with hockey player Stephen Alexi.
I was looking at the wedding pictures. She looked, she made a lovely bride.
Yeah, she does.
Who did he play for? Is he a lightning guy?
Via a post that was shared on Instagram. You know what, Case? I don't know. Well, I'm not sure who he plays for. And I even read this story ahead of time. So she wrote, so here he is, people.
Oh, he's on the Caps.
He's on the Caps. All right.
Yeah.
The kindest, sweetest badass you'll ever meet. I'm really lucky.
I love Brooke.
God did me a solid on this one. Thank you for all the kind words and of celebration and encouragement. We feel so blessed. Thank you for being kind. Now back to our regularly scheduled privacy show.
Now he's on the Penguins. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I hate him even more then. So we're looking at a picture of both of them in the studio. I got to ask you guys a question. Is the picture, is it awkward, or is her nose really short and his eyes really close together?
Or is the picture distorted?
Is it warped?
Wait. Say, what was the first part again?
Her nose is really thin, and his eyes are like almost...
I don't see crazy thin nose on her, but I think it's just he's got eyes that are close together.
Yeah.
I just think that's the way he
beady-eyed
looks.
prick.
Casey, hers is contouring.
It's that's contour?
I don't
I'm
know.
contouring. A little bit of rouge under my cheekbones. It's the way I do it.
Oleski commented on Brooks' post, gushing over his wife and showering her with praise and affection. He said, "You have taught me so much on what real means.
How to spell.
And what truly matters in life. I love you," he wrote. And then he wrote, "I value privacy on a deep level, but I guess some secrets are just too amazing to hide forever. Somehow the news got out. So I just wanted to thank everyone for the love and support, especially the journalists who choose positivity and kindness."
Her flower girl was Sergeant Daughter.
Is he still alive?
I don't know.
But Stephen Oleski no longer in the NHL.
Oh, man.
Former
Loser.
NHL
Yeah.
player. Yeah. All right. Two more quick things. Deadline reports that the first look photos for Rust with Alec Baldwin have been released. Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer who was fatally shot on the set of the movie, is responsible for 2 of the 5 stills that were released.
So is there going to be any promotion to this movie? I mean, how do you send... Are they just going to release it and just let it do what it's going to do? How do you go out if you're any one of the people associated with the movie and do a panel or appear on a talk show without
That's a good
this coming
question.
up?
Yeah, they might not do any promotion for it.
Was there any excitement on the set?
According to the outlet, one of the actress, Frances Fisher, in the doorway, and one of the lone writer to the right of the screen was taken by Helena Hutchins. Cinematographer Bianca Klein took over for Hutchins when filming resumed, is behind the other stills that are available for that. And then finally, Variety reports that Jack Black will be joining Jason Momoa and Danielle Brooks in the live-action Minecraft movie based on the popular video game. If you remember a couple of years ago, Rob McElhenney was set to direct that, but he ended up pulling out of the project.
And he was one of the, so it was going to be a big, I assume it would be some sort of a nightmare to pull that off.
Probably. The film is expected to reach theaters in April, on April 4th, 2025. The actor shared a photo of himself reading Minecraft Basics for Dummies to Instagram on
I didn't know what
Tuesday.
that was all about. Because I follow him on Instagram. And
Did you see, Case, the footage? I think it might have been on his Instagram, but it was making the rounds of him as a kid in a commercial for a gaming system. It appeared to be a gaming system or maybe an Atari thing, but Jack Black as a kid.
How young?
Maybe I had 12.
Okay.
And it was wild. He had his Jack Blackisms in place.
Wow. So he wrote, he captioned it with "An actor prepares" as he's getting ready to star in the Minecraft movie. So I'm wondering how they will do that, how they will roll that out.
Is Minecraft still, so I know Fortnite took over.
Huge.
But Minecraft is still huge.
Absolutely.
Huh?
Yeah. So what happens is my son plays it, and he'll get into it for like 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And
Wait,
then,
which one?
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Oh, I thought you were like, which? I only have one son.
Which son, Casey?
Well, Jebediah.
Yeah,
What's wrong with
no,
you?
There's Luke and there's
Seamus. But he'll get into
Goober.
it and he'll build and stuff for about 3 weeks, and he'll get really into it, and then he won't touch it for 6, 7, 8 months.
Caroline still watches YouTubers, like Minecraft YouTubers, all the time.
Building.
Yeah. So, I mean, and doing stuff and having fun with it.
Yeah.
So, but it's still very lucrative. All right, we're ready for some clips. I Can See Your Voice is a singing show unlike any other. The contestants have to guess if the singer has a good or bad voice without hearing them sing a single note.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on.
Yeah, here host Ken Jeong shares his favorite part of the show.
Throughout all the musical mystery and all the formatting, at the end of the day, we want to help one contestant who's not pitted against another person, just one contestant win $100,000. And if that happens, it is the best feel-good television on the air right now.
Shut the f*** up!
This will pair up with I Can See Your Farts.
This is stupid.
I kind of like it, though.
I
haven't watched
seems
it.
Titanically stupid.
Yeah, listen, I like it better than who is the celebrity's family member.
Celebrity family member.
And then Masked Singer. Like, I don't really like the presentation of that, but
I Can Hear Your Hair.
I like the idea of taking a look at somebody, and I like being surprised by when you look at the book and you have no idea.
You're more a fan of this sort of stuff. Did you watch that premiere of the show last night, Casey? The Floor? Rob Lowe?
No.
It's called The Floor, Preston. And I guess like 100 people participate at the same time.
Okay.
And they stand on basically what looks like the dance floor from Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
And I didn't get too deep into how it's played, but it's one of these gimmick shows like The Chair.
I remember
that kind of thing.
way
So,
back when. Yeah. What, you have to move to the colored squares or something like that?
It seems trivia based. I don't know. I didn't really. Because there seems to be categories in each of the boxes.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, that's a little
I
different.
don't know.
But the actually, seeing these people ahead of time and taking a look at them and going, yeah, you look like you
I think
sing.
you could sing.
Yeah, I know.
You win.
It just seems thin.
Yeah.
But the idea is they're going to throw you off. Is they're going to have a very unattractive person,
Right.
Come out
Like a Susan Boyle.
Yeah.
exactly,
Yeah.
and who can sing, or
Well, I
they
mean,
may
listen.
trick you, and a really beautiful person can sing.
We have like we're playing Jelly Roll, and you look at Jelly Roll, and you're like, this guy looks like.
We should do a
Gnarly.
contest, Casey.
Yeah.
We pitch this to the networks. Can you pick that up? And, yeah.
I can see your farts.
Yeah.
I don't
Because
know
if you're
how.
wearing,
Or how about I can smell your voice?
well, I can hear your hair.
Yeah.
I think maybe.
But I mean, but then you have to determine. Say they start singing and they're just kind of okay, pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that considered a good singer or not?
Or is it I can fart while I sing?
Okay. Season
have to think
3.
about this off air.
Season 3 of I Can See Your Voice
I can hear your farts.
premieres tonight on Fox.
Season 3?
I know.
Okay.
What?
I know.
Yeah, all right.
I
I
didn't-
swear to God, I thought it was the premiere.
Yep.
Oh
Steve,
my
you want to
God.
feel better, Steve? Look out the window.
Oh, it's a
Hey.
beautiful sunrise. All right, next clip.
Thank
Here
you,
we
God. I can.
go. George Clooney Rooney is the driving force who got the boys in the boat. The story of the University of Washington crew team who represented the United States in the 1936 Berlin Olympics to the big screen. And in this clip, George reveals the fears that he had while making this film.
I was concerned because there were a lot of elements. Water is always tricky. I am a giant fan of sports films, and I didn't do a particularly perfect job in the first one I tried, and so I really wanted to get another swing at it.
Shut up, dummy.
The Boys in the Boat is in theaters now. Is he talking about Leatherheads?
Yeah, the one he did with John Krasinski.
I never saw it.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people crapped on it.
About the early days of football?
It's comedic. It's a little bit lighter in tone than this appears to be.
So it's in theaters now if you want to see The Boys in the Boat, by the way. And there you go. That's your first entertainment report of
It was excellent.
24. How about that?
Preston.
Hey. All right. Well, we welcome you, friend. If you're just getting on board, obviously, we are back live from a little break that we took at the end of the year. I hope you got some time off as well. If not, hopefully some very, very soon, because I know we could all use a little time off. But we have things to get to. We have a secret text word, in fact, today. Your chance to win tickets to see our friend Joe Gatto, who is doing a night of comedy Thursday, January 17th at the Met in Philadelphia. You know him from Impractical Jokers. So text the word secret to 39333, and we shall see if you win by the end of the program. We're going to take our first break. Come back in just a moment, so hang out, all right? Please welcome Will Friedle to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. Thanks for being here, man.
This has been so much fun so
Has
far.
it?
Yeah. Oh, man, we were at the Phillies game last night. We got to dance with the Fanatic. It was incredible.
That is
Yeah,
cool.
it was really amazing.
That's
really
pretty-
like bucket list kind of stuff. So
Totally.
Yeah.
I remember my first time interacting with the Fanatic. I'm like, I can't believe I'm doing this.
It was really cool. And we also got to see a game. We walked out and it was 5-0 and then they came back and
Yeah.
everyone smacking home runs. It was the coolest thing in the world. Yeah.
And the best part was a game that really didn't matter. Cause
That's what everybody said. They're like, it might be a little subdued tonight because they
Right.
won the night before. It wasn't subdued. It was great.
Still okay. I love seeing this reaction to Boy Meets World. We're fans of all sorts of genre stuff, and see any rabid fan reaction to something like this, and you are seeing it. And it's just packing theaters, and it sits in so many people's nostalgic, wonderful memories. The show itself, when it ran originally, was a modest hit. It did okay.
If that, we were kind of on.
Right.
That's how we look at it.
Yeah.
We always
You
said,
described it like the Wings of
It
right?
was. It was Wings. It was like if you liked Wings, then Wings was great.
Yeah.
Other people were like, "What is that?" But it ran 8 seasons. That was Boy Meets World.
8.
Yeah. We were never on in TV Guide or anything. We just kind of kept going. We thought we were doing it for our grandparents. So, which is great. And then the second run happened on I think it went right to ABC Family and then to Disney and then to MTV.
And then it exploded.
And then by that point,
Yeah.
it was important. Yeah.
So Boy Meets World was a little, I was not age appropriate to be watching that show.
No, that's fair enough. That's
And
fair enough.
I do remember passing by and seeing Danielle Fishellen, and I would go, that girl is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I'm changing the channel right now.
Yeah.
Because she's
It
way
was
too
not-
young.
no.
But you
Yeah.
could tell immediately she was a stunner, without question. So she is at the event.
She is.
And so is Ryder Strong.
Also a stunner.
And
he is. He's a stunner.
stunning.
Also a stunner.
But do you guys have some other guests that are going to be joining as
We
well?
do. We do. We've got Trina McGee's coming in, who played Angela on the show. We've got Tony Quinn, who played Mr. Turner, and a local boy, Mr. Matthew Lawrence, is going to be joining us as well. So the Lawrences are coming back to Philly for us. Yeah,
that's awesome.
You've had many of the different appearances, people being swapped in and out, and so on and so forth. A question for you is, as the show came into its own, have you been surprised by people who are now mature, perhaps celebrities in their own right, who are fans of Boy Meets World?
Well, first of all, they're usually fans of Danielle. So that's, as long as we're with her, we're cool,
Right,
which is good. But yeah, no, we are. We get a lot of. We were at the Music Festival last weekend in Vegas. A lot of these artists who I frankly didn't know who a lot of them were, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Were coming up and wanting to take pictures and all this. It was great. It was really cool. We had no idea. And I think by doing this tour, we're getting out there and the fans are incredible and packing theaters, like you said. I mean, we just didn't think it was going to happen, frankly.
So we just had recently the cast of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia came in and they did a live podcast event. They've done it a few times here. Similar format as well. They'll put episodes up They'll talk about those episodes and specifically what was going on during filming. Similar thing that you guys are doing?
We do that's for the podcast. That's what we do. For the live show, we do a whole new thing, which is fun. We got a big costume contest, so people are coming dressed like their favorite characters. We do we bring somebody on stage to play one of the characters, and we do a whole scene that we make up on the spot.
That's cool.
We do trivia, so we just have a a ton of fun. We really do.
No, that's a cool thing. And as we said, so we're friends with as you would imagine, the It's Always Sunny cast because it's Philadelphia, and over the years we've by sheer force. To be able to super serve your fans this way, this is something for years that never existed. Where where it was always that was the past. I don't want to embrace that. And there's so many people who go, but I still want a little bit more. And it seems to me, knowing about your career, that you always have appreciated what got you to the dance.
That's you have to. It's one of those things where I've always said, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. So I wasn't even the first person to play the character. They cast somebody else in the pilot, and he just wasn't tall enough
because they felt
Ben was going to grow.
It seemed weird for your younger brother to be bigger than you. Yeah,
I always say that actor is 5 inches taller, and I'm not sitting here right now. So you never know what's going to happen. So you do meet some actors that kind of turn their back on what got them where they are, and I never got that. Where I'm just very happy to be embracing and enjoy it. It's just fun.
I can see writing down an application. Yeah. My most attractive or feature or my height. Yeah, my height.
I'm 5 inches taller.
Why do you think you deserve this job? Because I'm tall.
I'm taller than. Yeah.
Well, I became aware of you. Well, I was aware of you. Obviously, I was Boy Meets World was out of my appropriate viewing circle at that point in time. But Batman Beyond.
Yeah.
Batman Beyond was huge.
Yeah.
And I remember the blowback on that originally, and I'm like, I love this series. You got to work with Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy,
Yeah, the legendary Batman, a voiceover actor, passed away recently.
Yeah.
And so that was really cool. I mean, and I know you going through the list of superheroes that you voiced. Deadpool, Bumblebee, Blue Beetle, Star-Lord, Green Lantern. But also Lionel and Thundercats.
Yeah, that was that was a tough one because they were going to reboot Thundercats, which is one of my favorite shows of all time as a kid.
Yeah,
and I got the part of Lionel, which is crazy. And then I started writing for the series as well. So we finished the first season, and we got picked up for the second season. I'd already written the first 3 episodes of the second season, and then the toys weren't selling, so they pulled the green light. And it ended with Mum-Ra winning. And it's like, how can you have a kid's cartoon where the bad guy wins? Yes,
he wins.
He won at the end of our series because we were supposed to get picked up and fight back, and it was like they ended with Empire Strikes Back.
That's like
Hans and Carbonite, we're done. Thanks for playing. Yeah, so it was
totally unjust.
Yeah, it was weird.
So, your knowledge was, and you've done a fair amount of writing, have you not?
I have. I've been lucky in my writing career. I the first thing I wrote, I was 19. I wrote the Winnie the Pooh movie for Disney.
Wow.
Which just came out with Ewan McGregor like 2 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it went through so many hands that now it was written by somebody else. But yeah, I originally wrote that back in the day as a kid, and then just kept writing. Usually for animation is my favorite thing to write for.
I think is wild is that you started young. You're in Hartford. I think you did like an Ibsen play.
Yeah, we did a Doll's House, which I've still never seen the end of because I was 10 when we were doing it.
Mum-Ra wins at the end.
That's what I heard. That's exactly what I heard. Ibsen loved the Mum-Ra kind of aspect.
Huge Thundercats.
He was.
But you got into like OG Nickelodeon.
Yeah, I got slimed. Nickelodeon.
You got slimed.
Yeah.
Wow. And I don't know if you guys realize this, but your overseer basically was Robin from Double Dare, correct?
Yeah.
She was sort of your...
Yeah.
Really?
My job at 13, they moved us to Universal Studios before it was opened. So for 5 weeks beforehand, my co-host friends and I had our own apartment where Robin was our guardian. And we had to go to the park every day with a camera crew and just ride all the rides over and over again while they filmed us.
Just you guys?
Just us. And so to use for the 3-hour live opening. So I had my own closed theme park for 5 weeks when I was 13.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. And that's all we did was and the rides were breaking down, and there, we'd be on the ET ride. I'm sorry, broke down. They bring a ladder. They'd climb us down. The Jaws ride, the shark broke one day and it actually bit the boat and the boat sank. and the safety guy had to like swim away as we're watching. Yeah, so
Wow.
we just had the park to ourselves.
That's
By the way,
almost better.
The ET ride is still there. It is
was a
the
great
oldest
ride.
We went we went earlier this year.
Smells good.
We love the ET ride.
Yeah, it's a great ride.
Yeah, I mean it's
Does
nothing
it still
as far
say
as,
your name? Out,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
we'd
yeah.
always try to mess it up so they couldn't tell what the name was. Yeah, we'd always do that. Yeah.
Oh my god!
So that is
5
wild.
weeks of that. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Well, that's when you knew you had a weird name because E.T. at the end he'd go, bye Billy, bye Sandy, bye friend. That's when you knew he couldn't.
Friend was the default?
Friend was the default. You knew you had a name where your parents screwed you out of having a good name,
The name
that
is-
E.T. could pronounce.
Ishkabibble.
Well, I'm fascinated by voiceover work and that realm of acting. So when you get a bit, you get a role or whatever, I what's the process like? Do you figure out what your voice is going to sound like first and then start acting? Is it all done at the same time? Like, because you are acting. I mean, you're bringing, your acting chops to that role. So how do you find the voice, and then how do you find how you want to present it?
Well, I mean, you'll get the thing that I love about voiceover is I don't care if you've been working for 40 years, everybody's still equal. So everybody auditions for everything all the time, which is great. Very rarely are you just offered a role, like on camera stuff. So
you got to get that match.
yeah, so that's what they're looking for. So you'll read something, but then you get into the room, and usually you've worked with the directors before, and they'll say, okay, we're looking for young teenage hero. So automatically you go up and you're like here, and you're young teenage. But then the person you're sitting next to sounds too much like that. All right, we need to do this. So you tweak when you're in the room, and then by the time you're done, he's 40 and British. So you never kind of know what's going to happen
He's
when
John
you get
Cleese.
there. Exactly. All of a sudden.
So of those roles, obviously Batman Beyond is. There's always been talk of committing that to film. I would love to see that. I'm a massive fan of that whole series. But which of the superhero properties would you have loved to have participated in a live action version, or would still love to participate in a live action version?
I mean, Batman Beyond.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
would be there. It's just it lends itself so perfectly to film. I think it does. I think now trying to get into the spandex at 47 would be a lot harder than when I was 17.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, seeing that would be pretty outstanding.
It is pretty wild. So you have many tables at conventions then, right? I mean, you have your credibility is unimpeachable.
I do. I got a lot of nerd cred. I also play D&D, so I've got a ton of nerd cred, which is great. But yeah, it's the Batman. The whole thing with Batman Beyond. I mean, when we did Return of the Joker, I was in between Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill for 2 weeks.
Wow. Conroy was just so good, and the fact that he got to get on the crossover Flashpoint.
Yes, he was so nervous. He called me before. Well, I don't know what, and he actually sounded like that. So every time he called you, you were talking to Batman.
By the way, he turned in Emmy-level performances.
Phenomenal. Well, he was a stage actor.
Yeah.
But he would call you with, I think I'm going to eat a hot dog today. It's like, great, Batman. Let's get a hot dog. It was awesome. It was so cool. Yeah.
You worked with William.
Metro Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So as we're back for the first show of the year, hoping everybody had a decent break.
I did, yeah. It was what I wanted it to be. Got enough of the holidays, got the full spirit, had a lot of time to get things done, but also to relax.
I did the get things done thing quite a bit, which was cool, and a little bit of the relaxing. Didn't really travel or do anything.
That would make it a nightmare.
Overly exotic. But I did. So I had a really great New Year's Eve.
What made it so great?
I had a not great New Year's Day. Me and the bottle had a misunderstanding. Oh, no.
Had you been flirting with this relationship throughout the break, or did it just really crescendo?
It started before the break. It started the night before our live broadcast at the Colonial Theater.
Wow.
I'm going to have a few cocktails tonight. We're close enough to the end here. Normally I don't do midweek drinking because it's hard to get up and do the hours, all the hours that we have. So
to George Thorogood.
I'm going to go ahead. And then I didn't stop. And I just kept going. I did take one break on the 30th. I did.
One?
I didn't.
Of the whole break.
Dude, we ended up having.
This sounds like the Steve Martin bit. That 2 days seemed like one day.
On the 28th, we had a dinner party we went to at a friend's house. On the 29th is one of my absolute best friends in the world's birthday party.
There's always an excuse.
And then we're like, okay, I'm taking the 30th off. And then we had a party on the 31st.
Okay.
On New Year's Eve for some friends of ours, neighbors. And We had a blast, man. So yeah, dude, I was just going for it. I was whatever. I was drinking every night.
Were you aware at the time that you had exceeded your prior sort of boundaries?
No.
Or is that even something that occurs?
No. And in fact, I woke up on New Year's Day wiped out. I mean, I stayed up till like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I woke up at like, I don't know, 8 or whatever. I didn't get much sleep, but I woke up and I'm like, okay, I don't feel great. It's going to be one of those days, whatever. But as the morning went on, it got worse. It was progressive hangover day, dude. And then it kicked me right in the balls.
I'm sorry to laugh, but
it's just horrible.
What time did it get worse? Worse.
I laid down for a couple hours, woke up around like 10 a.m., got up, and I went over, and on the Keurig, I made a cup of coffee. I set the creamer out on the counter, and I'm like, I need to go upstairs.
Oh my God.
And I went upstairs, and I left all that stuff sitting out.
You didn't even have your coffee?
No. The only thing I had the whole day was a bowl of Cheerios.
Did you get sick?
Right when I woke up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And what sucked is I had a migraine first that kicked in.
Oh, no.
And anybody who suffers migraines is that when you strain yourself in any way, shape, or form, it makes it worse. And you guys know puking, how much of a strain that puts on you, like every muscle in your body just goes, ah. And it was one of those days, dude. It was horrible. I told you guys, I laid in bed chanting the words over and over, you effing idiot, you effing idiot, you effing idiot, you effing idiot, because I did it to myself. Friday, we were having a ball on New Year's Eve. We were doing karaoke, everybody's getting into it, we're drinking, but I just kept. At some point, somebody put the song Tequila on, and we're doing tequila shots. Yeah! Right, everybody! I drank wine, beer. I drank a concoction called Gloog that I'd never had before. Gloog?
Hold on,
Gloog, everybody!
I think it's called Gloog.
Oh, yeah, Gloog cocktail.
Yeah, it's a mixture of port wine, rye whiskey.
My
God.
And a bunch of spices. Will Chapman.
Come on, Will.
No, but
I think he's the bad influence.
Yeah.
no, but then I did tequila shots. I was doing bourbon shots. I was just drinking bourbon on the rocks, which was stupid.
So
and once we started doing the karaoke, we were having a ball singing Frank Sinatra and all this stuff, and I just started pounding.
Wow.
And it was just, and like a dumbass at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, I need one more,
Oh,
you know?
no, that one more is never a good idea.
Oh, Jesus, it was terrible. So I'm announcing this now.
Oh, no.
I am at least doing dry January. I'm done, dude. I'm a moron, and I realize I've been drinking for 50 years, and I'm because I started when I was like 50, or no, not 50 years. I would have been 5 years old.
I started when I was 5.
I'm sure you had
Yeah,
some
a
five.
bartender. Scotch and soda, please. Horrible day, Kindercare.
I've been drinking long enough to know better.
I've been drinking so long that I thought I started drinking when I was 5.
It was so stupid.
I have several comments
So stupid.
and questions. The first is sometimes when I'm that hungover, I avoid coffee simply because I don't want to wake up at all. So I know that if I don't drink coffee, I can get back to bed. The second is there was a few years ago where you stopped. You took a pause for more than a year.
Just shy of 2 years.
Okay, so
wow.
and I think that started, and let me correct me if I'm wrong, because I sort of experienced this over the break. And by the way, Preston, I started my break the same way that you did, with a lot of booze. And then when I got to New Year's Eve, I had zero alcohol on New Year's Eve itself. Like I needed a break,
envious.
and so I slept better as a result. And so what I found was on days where we can actually sleep in, including our break, when I don't drink, I sleep better.
Hell yes.
So, did that start your stopping of drinking several years ago?
No. What did is I was trying to find out what the trigger for my migraines was.
I see.
And you were pregnant.
And I wasn't pregnant, but I had on occasion, after imbibing, I would get a migraine headache, and I'm like, well, maybe the booze is the trigger. And I quit for a couple of months, and I realized it wasn't. I was still having the migraines, even though I wasn't touching booze. And I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of liking not drinking, so I'm going to just ride this for a while.
Right.
And I drank non-alcoholic beers and things like that, and it was pretty cool. And then I kind of got bored with that. But I, Nick, on the one night on our break, the night of the 30th, I woke up on New Year's Eve morning,
Right.
and once again, I said this little mantra. I'm like, you know what's better than putting on a buzz last night? Waking up and feeling good.
Sleeping, yeah.
Sleeping in and feeling good.
So 3 of the 5 people in this room drink, and 2 do not. And for me, my relationship with alcohol has changed over the years, in large part, Preston, because of sleep. I know that I feel so much better the next day. And so on the nights this break where I didn't sleep, or when I didn't drink at all, I slept so much better. It made the entire day better.
Guys, you're blaming alcohol. It's not alcohol's fault.
No, you're right.
It is not. Don't blame those delicious
fault is it?
drinks.
This is the defense
No.
attorney for alcohol.
Yeah, for alcohol.
Your Honor, I want to pose
You know what, Kathy?
that it was not, in fact, alcohol that caused the situation.
You're kind of right on point there, because anybody in recovery doesn't blame. It's
not the booze.
It's not
Right,
the booze. The booze is just a symptom of the problem.
Listen, though,
And the problem is you want to sleep.
I love it so much too. That, and I get the whole sleep thing with it, but I didn't get the way you guys, or you got, Preston. You know, I had a couple of drinks and was able to sleep, and that's the best part of our break. Not drinking is sleeping and like getting being rested.
What's your system, Kathy? One drink, one line. One drink, one line.
No, one drink, one water. No, I really don't. Because when you were talking about it last night, Preston, I was thinking I can't remember the last time I was like that. You know, because that ruins your day. It ruins your couple of
I
days.
didn't leave the bedroom. I left the bedroom once.
You burned a day.
To go sleep downstairs on the couch, and then I came upstairs, and the only other time I left the bedroom was to go to the bathroom and throw up. Then I did the rest of my puking in a trash can next to my bed.
You have to.
Oh, I couldn't. Yeah,
You couldn't move.
And then my head hurt so bad. I mean, throbbing that I just essentially I didn't sleep. I just laid in bed and didn't move all day. And the thing about the liquor thing, though, Kathy, and sleeping in those, I have found out, maybe it's this where I am in life, is that the booze will wake me up earlier than I want to wake up.
Yes.
In the morning.
Yes.
It won't allow me to sleep in.
Which is the worst.
You can't sleep it off.
Yeah, and that's different when you're younger. It helps you pass out, and then you kind of stay asleep when you're younger. And when the older you get, the more you drink, the less you sleep.
So rank this in your pantheon of hangovers. Where does this sit? Is it a top tier? Is this middle of the pack? Where does this fall?
Because of the headache, because of the pounding migraine that came along with it, it's definitely in the top 10.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
That's
a
after
bad one.
you started drinking when you were 5, so that's 50 years.
But I'm doing dry January. I'm definitely doing dry
I like
January.
it.
I've never done dry January before. I'm
You
gonna give it a
initially
shot.
said, Preston, in the call, I'm giving up drinking. Really? Wow. Well.
Oh yeah. I mean, let's be reasonable. I'm not quitting. I'm just going to take
Maybe
a
I'll-
pause.
California sober.
Maybe I'll do February instead, because there's only 28 days. And actually, is there 29 this year?
And my
There is.
birthday's in January, mind you.
True. And I want to be sober for Black History Month.
Yeah, true.
Press, we had yesterday off, so a lot of people went back to work yesterday. So my friends the next day on New Year's Day, I was like, hey, I have off tomorrow. Does anybody want to go for a drink? Everyone was like, no, leave us alone.
Preston, do you ever do, and I'm sure you didn't on New Year's Day, but do you ever do hair of the dog?
Oh, no, I have.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yes.
Yeah, because you just got drunk
You
again.
get drunk.
Is that really what it is? You're just delaying the inevitable.
Yes.
That's the thing. It just puts it off for a little longer.
Yeah.
But I remember in years past of getting up in the morning, feeling that way, and we're like, we're going to start again.
I need to know the science
and
behind
by
that.
noon, it's like, I feel great.
Yes, I
This
do.
is awesome.
But Steve, the next day, you're just as hungover as you would have been. You're
So
just delaying it.
there's no mitigation of the inevitable. But Casey, you're asking a question. Is there a science?
There's got to be science behind that, because you got to figure, like, people who are like really struggling alcoholics who they get up. I mean, you've seen the movies, right?
Yes.
Whether it be Leaving Las Vegas or
Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura, Pet Detective Part 2, the one with Jeff Bridges where he's a Crazy Heart.
Crazy Heart, yeah.
You're so hungover, they get up, they do whatever they need to do in the bathroom, and then they go right for the bottle, and then next thing you know, they're okay again?
Yeah.
Like how does that work?
No.
Well,
okay, so this. All right, so I'm reading a couple of things here. It says
Ace Ventura was shot where?
no. It says unfortunately, there's no scientific studies assessing whether it works, but the theory behind it is what we talked about. Like you're basically just delaying or getting rid of your hangover symptoms by drinking again.
I will say this: when I do day drink or start with a cocktail in the morning, and have not been drinking the night before. This is Steve. This is obviously like I'm compensating and I'm compromising with myself, but. The hangover the next day, if I just do day drinking, is a million times better because I'll stop midday, probably 5-ish, and then worst hangover ever.
Most blotto, most hangover. The
worst hangovers I ever got was from a cider, apple cider, like spiced cider.
Wow.
So I heard that changing multiple types of alcohols.
Well, that'll do it too, but
I don't think
that's an excuse.
That's an excuse.
It's just you're drinking more at that point. Like if people blame tequila or whatever, you're just doing that tequila shot at 2:30 in the morning because you've been drinking all night.
Yeah,
so,
Steve, I don't think there's science behind the switching alcohol thing.
Oh,
either.
really? Okay,
I think
it's volume.
It's just alcohol.
Okay.
You're just drinking more.
Now, there's a couple of old phrases that are, whiskey before beer, have no fear.
Right.
Beer before whiskey can be pretty risky.
Right.
Or there's a bunch
Beer
of different
before
ways.
liquor,
Never been
sicker, quicker.
sicker.
Angle of the
sicker,
dangle equals the heat of the meat plus the torque of the
All
torque.
that stuff. That just means that, because beer, you have to drink more of it than you do, say, whiskey to get drunk. And if you're more inclined to pound a lot more of it if you've been drinking beer first, you go to the
But I will say that all of my worst hangovers were after the nights of several different types of alcohol. After a wedding, after an open bar.
Does one come to mind? You were suggesting that there was one.
I have
one Mount Olympus moment.
If you were asking Olympics wise, I definitely have a gold, bronze, and silver. And I believe the gold is New Year's Day, 1999. I believe that if it wasn't 99, it was definitely 98. But it was a place called Cunningham's Kath, it was in Conchi. Yeah, I don't know what it is now.
I remember Cunningham's.
Yeah, and
doors on the ceiling.
Somebody had recommended going there, and it was one of those $50 all you can drink thing. And the next day, not only did I wake up naked, but once I found my clothes, I was throwing up bile out front. And these are row homes in Conchi.
Right.
It was bad.
They pay to not have that.
Yeah, and then there was another one. I was in Raleigh, North Carolina. That might have been number 2, where I had to vomit into a trash can because someone was pooping in the only bathroom in the house, and then I had to go poop I had to go puke in the freshly pooped in toilet, and then I had to fly home that couple hours later.
You had to fly?
Yeah.
Oh God.
And then after my buddy Reggie's wedding, this one, Steve, I was so drunk that I was just standing here in a conversation like this, right?
Yeah.
The only thing worse than just when you're standing in a conversation for no reason, you just drop your drink, is when you're just standing there and you fall for no reason. And that's what had happened. And I was I was just standing in a conversation. I was like, boop, 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 fell backwards, and I was like, I gotta go to bed. And then I went to bed.
Dude, flying hungover is and so
I assume a pressurized cabin exacerbates issues.
Look, it's just already bad, but it's the reason why I hope to never go to Vegas again unless it's to see the Sphere, because when you leave Vegas, you've likely been partying for several days and you got to get on that damn plane to get the hell out of town.
Dude, and if you have to throw up on a plane, I've never had to do that before. But when I was puking over I was retching.
Yes.
I was making horrible noises. Oh,
screaming. You're screaming, right?
It wasn't screaming, but it was. I couldn't imagine doing that in front of other people.
The gagging and
oh my God. And you can't help it. It's just the way that it happens.
And once you get everything up, there's a one at the end.
By the way, the evening, Rochelle told me, she's like, I didn't realize you drank that much last night. I'm like, I know, I wasn't out of control. I wasn't slurring my words. I wasn't doing goofy stuff. I was having a lot of fun.
I'm sure you were slurring your words, but everybody else was slurring their words too. So.
No, but I think it was just a culmination of almost 10 days straight. Of
whittling away. Now
I've heard stupid.
I've seen people that I've been with people who I wouldn't say you're not lit up, you're not banged up, you seem to be fine, and then next day will report nightmarish hangovers. I'm like, how did that happen?
Well, I think too, at least for me, it's you're not doing that crazy stuff anymore. So you may just be sitting around having drinks and if
Just watching Lifetime.
If it keep but like with friends, you know what I mean? We're not like out dancing and partying and on the bar.
It's not like you're singing tequila at karaoke.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
it's the worst, Steve. Though, but like 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. The headache will wake you up out of a seemingly sound sleep, and you're like, oh no.
And then there's nothing you can do.
No.
You're stuck in that headache spot and that I can't sleep spot.
Well, the exacerbation, so I've never been drunk and never had a hangover, but Preston, to the point of having a really bad depleted headache, like I assume what a migraine is like, probably a migraine much, much worse. But then that convulsing, retching just makes your head detonate.
Yeah, and I was just going, oh no, not this, and then it went.
And honestly, the only thing you can do is wait. Like you just have to
kill me.
Yeah, and you try to like watch TV or take naps or whatever, but you know because you've been there before. Like I have to get to the end of the day, and then maybe I'll feel better tomorrow.
That's where Rochelle comes in, and you're holding the barrel of a pistol to your forehead. Pull the trigger.
Were you throwing up bile, by the way?
Yeah, I had nothing in my stomach.
Oh,
it was. I had been sipping on water. Just to try to stay hydrated.
Yeah.
It was nothing but water, and then when that was gone, it was,
oh man,
just that evil
Water makes you puke.
acid stuff coming up.
Why you?
I don't know why my body is doing it. There's nothing in here that we need to get rid of.
There's nothing on.
There's nothing on here. There was nothing to get rid of. I couldn't. I don't know, but it's for whatever reason. And after puking like that, there is a moment of, you know what I mean?
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
Slight relief until the sickness
It
kicks in again.
recycles back up again.
Yeah.
To that point of vomiting when you have literally nothing in your body, the dry heaves.
Yeah.
What is your body attempting to do?
Yeah, that's why I just said, what's the purpose of that?
And to that point, I mean, why does water? I think should be the most benign thing you're taking into your
because there's poison in your body. Your body's trying to get rid of it.
Okay. And also your body.
I actually will drink water so that there is something that comes up. That it's not just the bile because that hurts when it's just the bile.
Agreed.
It hurts. So I'll actually in that even
Could
like
you
when I had food
re-drink
poisoning.
the vomit?
No, but
By
even
the
when
way,
I had-
welcome to Breakfast Chat on the Preston and Steve Show.
Please.
Here
Have you ever had a
7:38.
screaming vomit?
Yeah, well, the food poisoning was the worst vomiting situation that I had, and
I'm in the twofer club on that.
It was it was years ago, but and I remember I was drinking water and eating Pedialyte pops because I wanted something to come up because otherwise it was even more painful.
Yeah, it hurts so badly. I've actually pulled like a muscle, when I had the food poisoning.
Yeah, but even in that situation or alcohol, your body's trying to rid itself of the poison.
Advertised for drinking the night before, right? One's called Drinking Buddy. There's other ones that like you're supposed to drink like it's like electrolytes or Pedialytes or things like that the night of. If you're going to tie one on, I wonder if any of those are actually effective the next day.
There's one that they sell right at the counter at Acme.
Yeah, I've seen it. Case you know what it's called? Okay.
I had considered, and it's funny because Kathy brought this up this morning to me. I'd considered like, man, do I need to go to one of those IV places and get hydrated or whatever?
Hey, did
you see
it closed?
Kathy did one.
Oh,
during the break. Kathy.
Wait, you got an IV?
I did.
You got a needle?
Yeah. Not because I was hungover, although when I was asking, I asked like a question on Facebook and someone was like, just take Advil. You don't have to go to one of those places. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going for a hangover.
Right.
I went because I was sick and I wanted like sort of just to electrolytes and the vitamins that my body was missing. And
wow.
It seemed to, I don't know, does it work? Does not? I felt better afterwards. And I felt as though I recovered much faster than I would have had I not gone.
I did a double take when she said that this morning.
That,
I'm like,
that blows my mind. No Botox, but you're getting an IV.
Well, and the girl there was like, are you okay? Like, what are you doing here if you hate this? I was like, I'm just not going to look. I was like, I really want to try this.
Was it like B12 and stuff like that? What was it?
there was a lot of B. There was B12. There was B complex. There was a lot of different B vitamins. I forget what else was in there. But
Be aggressive.
B
aggressive.
RESSIVE. All of those were in there.
So, Kathy, an article that popped up in I think it was the Daily Mail.
Don't tell me about the girl that died. I saw that one.
No. Hospital doctors warn of growing numbers of gruesome skin infections linked to vitamin drips.
Thanks.
As one woman says, the treatment left her with red oozing boils.
Great.
Listen, if tons and tons of people are going to do it and they're doing it regularly, eventually something's going to happen. But by the way, we have Kathy's doctor on the line, so we can go to him.
My doctor.
Yes. Dr. Mike Sirigliano, Fox 29 and Penn Medicine. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Hello, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, bud.
You know, I quoted Trading Places, and you didn't even know what I said. I said
This
Happy
bothered him, by the
Christmas.
way. He
What?
called me over the break to let me know that we didn't catch up on a reference that he.
Yeah.
Did you say Merry New Year or something?
Merry New Year.
Yeah. Well, no. You messed the quote up. That's why we didn't catch it, because he never says Happy Christmas and Merry New Year. He just says Merry New Year.
And he also says, would you like some beef jerky? Oh, no, it gives me a touch of the wind.
This is true.
Okay.
I love that part. And then you got, anyway.
Anyway.
So look,
Yeah.
the bottom line is that alcohol, all right, causes edema of the brain, and so there's a lot of theories as to why hangovers occur. It could be congeners. Those are the things, the impurities in alcohol. So if you do, for instance, a bourbon Manhattan, too many of those, because of the tannins and the congeners and the entities, that is one theory that can really kick your butt. And so some experts recommend sticking with clear spirits like vodka and things like that.
Right.
That's number one. Number two, if you drink too much alcohol, it does cause this hangover and toxicity that Kathy talks about. The key, obviously, is not to drink too much. That's number one. But also stay hydrated, and that's why there's this popularity of IV drips. And look, the thing is, no matter what you do, you've got to go to a reputable place so you don't get boils on your skin or worse, sepsis, where you get an infection of the blood.
But Dr. Mike, what do you think of those places and that IV drip? Do you think it works?
Look, if you are vomiting and you're dehydrated and you're hungover,
Clap your
IV
hands.
fluids will certainly make you feel better. The question, just like, look, I'm this way with sushi. And this year, Steve, we're doing it.
Wait a second. You're saying it makes you sick?
No. With sushi, you have to pick a good chef.
All right. Well, you and me. Absolutely.
You have to go to a qualified place if you're going to do that. But look, why go through this if you want to have a wonderful experience? You drink in moderation. I know that that's old-fashioned, and you even said this, Kathy, one glass of water with one alcoholic beverage, right? You always drink water, and if you want, you do things like Gatorade and stuff like that does have electrolytes. And then there's a lot of debate and literature about treatment of hangover. I remember one prize like the Russian secret treatment for hangover. I mean, look,
All right.
the key is you just don't drink too much. If you're vomiting and it doesn't go away, you definitely need to go to an emergency room,
right?
Because you could have some type of bowel obstruction, you could have pancreatitis, you could have. I mean, there's a lot of things.
People are reeling now.
Again, you want someone that knows what they're doing to guide you through the shark-infested waters of illness.
I'm doing dry January, Dr. Mike. I had a bad experience, and I'm taking a break for a little while. So
And that's the best, right?
Yeah.
Good for you. And
Thank
again, I don't want to be a downer here, but the literature clearly shows that alcohol can increase your risk of about 7 different cancers.
Yeah.
It can lead to damage to the liver. I mean, look, everything, as my grandfather used to say, in moderation. I don't want to be your Oppenheimer and destroyer of your world. That's another quote.
That's a Loverboy song.
Casey. But, I mean, the bottom line is that everything in moderation, alcohol is a toxin.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's why a lot of people doing mocktails and things like that. So,
And I want to talk to you soon, Dr. Mike. I'm ready to. I need a new me. I need a refurb. I need.
He's on a mission now. This guy.
Preston, take him out and buy him a drink, and then see.
We'll see what we can come up with.
Mike, we're just talking a B cup.
All right.
Look, you're from Kentucky, right? I mean, you grew up in
My
Kentucky.
family is, yeah.
Right, and bourbon.
Man. That's where it comes from. Dr. Mike, we got to go on Fox. Good day, so we got to run. All right,
Love
buddy?
you.
Love ya. All right, Dr. Mike. It was, yeah, but I'm sure I'm not the only one who had a nasty experience over the break. So
Another one bites the dust. Send all your alcohol gifts to me.
Dude,
Hey,
And
Feel-
Nick.
And Nick. And Nick. All right. We do have to take a break. We're going to go on Fox 29 when we return. Bizarre File Stories, first one of the year, and when we return as well. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3
Daniels.
Daniels,
Mr.
legendary,
Feeney, yeah.
Mr. Feeney, legendary.
Yeah.
And you were relaying a story about being on the set, and the first time you realized that he had a place in sci-fi history. Explain what happened, because I think this is hilarious.
So our executive producer's name is Michael Jacobs, and we always would do these long note sessions at the end, and Bill had something to say, and he went, Michael, and we all went, oh my God, he was Kit. You were Kit. And it wasn't until he said our executive...
At that moment.
Like, we all went, oh my God. And it changed everything. You know, there's things he did, like 1776.
Right.
You know, The Graduate. None of that mattered. You were Kit on Knight Rider.
Accomplished actor. So and obviously he's been to these. He's done a couple of these.
Still does.
Yeah, still does. But did he? I don't want to say did he suffer you guys, or did I mean?
That's I think the perfect way.
Is that
to
the
say it.
perfect way? Yeah.
Well, he was also a child actor himself. Who
Oh, was
started
he?
very, very young. I mean, like vaudeville stuff. His parents put him into it when he was like 6 or 7 years old.
Right.
So he never treated us. It didn't matter that you were 11 or 12. You're part of the cast. You're a fellow actor. That's it. You're not going to get treated like a kid. You're going to show up on time. You're going to know your lines.
Did you appreciate it at the time?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I was a little older. I was 16. But yeah, we all knew that when you're with Bill, you don't mess around. And even when we messed around occasionally, he'd give us a little bit of leeway, but you knew you were working with Bill. So it was, he made sure professionalism was front and center.
What, so 8 years, you kind of say you're sort of the wings of ABC.
Yes.
Was there a level of anonymity that came with that, even though you're on a network show?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was great. I mean, it was the perfect combination of being able to be on a show that was wonderful, but also be able to walk around and do whatever we want, which I kind of can still do as long as Danielle's not with me. If you're walking around with Topanga, you get recognized everywhere, but if you're by yourself, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. Maitland Ward was a cast member on there. Maitland Ward is now a porn star.
We had her on the show.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart. Yeah. I still talk to Maitland a lot.
Has she? Yeah. Has she been a part of the podcast?
Not
or
yet.
anything?
She'll be on we're definitely having her on when her season comes up. She doesn't come on until later in the show, and we're trying to save some of the guests. We bring them on when they come in, but she'll certainly be on when she comes in.
She has found her lane like this. She's become very successful.
She has.
in
She's been
adult
great
film industry
and loves it and wrote her book and
Yeah, she was on to promote.
Yeah.
And she was very eloquent.
Oh, she is.
This
Absolutely.
This
yeah.
is what I'm, and that's it.
Yeah, we did. I will say would not have guessed.
Yeah.
You know, as you're sitting there talking to her on the set, it would
I
have
would
been
have
like,
figured you.
someday you're doing porn. Yeah, exactly.
I would have figured you.
Exactly. Oh man, even I don't want to watch myself in porn.
Batman Beyond.
But no, it was one of those things where it was kind of like, yeah, go do your thing.
Yeah,
You know, you find happiness, take it.
If you're just tuning in, it's Will Friedle who's here. Pod Meets World. The Kids Want to Jump tour is going to be Saturday at the Met in Philadelphia. Now, we've got some Uber fans.
Massive fans.
Of Boy Meets World.
Yeah.
So I want to see if Marissa wants to come in here and ask a question.
Miss Marissa was trying to play it cool.
And Kyle was a massive fan, too. And I'd like them to be able to directly
Yes,
ask
I
you
would love to. Are
any
you kidding?
questions they might have.
This is great. Marissa did not. I would never have known. She played it totally cool. By the way,
It was so sweet in the green room. I was like, oh yeah, well I'm like 40, so Boy Meets World is really my wheelhouse. He's like, oh, I wouldn't think you were 40.
I wouldn't at all.
Am I blushing?
And I never would have pegged Kyle Mack here as a big fan of Boy Meets World as well.
I am a huge fan of Boy Meets World. I was telling Will in the green room over there that I probably watched all of the seasons, maybe anywhere between 5 and 10 times over the course of my life so far.
This is a veteran
And I'm
here,
not
by
done-
the way.
I
A
know.
veteran. yes.
are you a veteran too?
Yeah. I am Air Force veteran, yeah.
Thank you so much. My father's a retired captain of the Navy, so
wow.
thank you for that.
Thank your
very
father
much.
for his service.
So, would you guys like to ask a question?
Well, first
or
off,
two?
I want to act really cool and just let you know that I was just texting Robin because I was trying to get her to call in. Because we're friends with Mark Summers and Robin.
No,
and
are
Marty.
you texting Rob? Does
Yes.
she even remember me?
Well, we'll take a selfie while we're standing here, and I haven't heard back from her yet. I think she's sleeping. She's
It's early.
retired, so she doesn't
Please.
necessarily have
she
to wake
was
up.
the best. Absolutely the best.
So just to set the scene around here, we brought in Mark Summers and Robin and Harvey 10, 12 years ago, and we
Okay.
did Double Dare.
We did
live
drunk
in
Double
the
Dare.
studio.
That's awesome. That's
Yes.
awesome.
So I'm over here trying to explain to the guys. I was like, you guys should dig deep into the Eric Matthews character and find out why the arc changed so much over the years. He really started as the cool older brother,
This is
and
the
then
fan,
he got to the doofusy guy that suddenly the dad moved from the grocery store to he owns an REI and what
Yeah.
it is, and now suddenly he's in college and he's a smart guy.
Right? We have no idea what it is. We think, frankly, we thought that the show, the A storyline was going so much more Dawson's Creek, which was very popular at the time, that then they just wanted to cut to, and now here's Will for the laughs. That was that kind of doing it that way.
That's how I knew you, just drive-bys. And I would check the show out, and you'd seem to be very funny and very but I always remember there were touted powerful episodes.
Oh yeah, the very
Powerful
special,
episodes.
yes, on this very special
Very
episode.
special.
We still joke about that. Where Ryder was an alcoholic for 20 minutes. It was that kind of stuff. We're like, I guess we're doing the drinking episode now. It's that kind of.
Well, and then who played his dad?
Oh, his dad, Blake Clark. Chet.
Yes.
Played Chet Hunter. Blake Clark, great comedian. And would just come on and go sitcom, great, doing this one. All right, there you go.
And they would just write him off for a season, and he would just come live with you
and then
guys
he'd
for
come
a
back.
season,
Yeah,
and then he would come back and live back and
we
forth.
never knew. We'd come back and be like, oh yeah, those characters you've known forever, they're gone now. Wait, what? And so they'd just be gone. Yeah, it was weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
But then there was also the teen beat years. You had to live with photo shoots.
Yeah.
Were those happening weekly?
There were a lot. It was probably monthly we would get together, and that's actually why we call this the Kids Want to Jump Tour, is because they would always throw us a globe at some point, because it's Boy Meets World. So there's your globe comes in at some point, and then they'd say, "What do you want to do?" And Ryder, I think at one time went, "I don't know, we could jump." And the photographer freaked out. Everyone back in. The kids want to jump. The kids want to jump. So that is why this is the Kids Want to Jump Tour that we have going on right now.
I friggin' love that.
Was it when you were in that realm, Tiger Beat and all that stuff? Was it tough to stay grounded, or were you just looking around going, "This is crazy"?
It's so absurd.
Yeah,
it really is. Where it's one of those things where people are hanging your picture on the wall. I also have two older brothers. Where I think when I was 16, I went home. 16 or 17, we just started the show. I said one thing that came off as slightly egotistical, and my head was in the toilet. 30 seconds. That's not even a joke.
You got a swirly?
They lifted me up. They gave me the swirly. They put me back down. They're like, "That's not going to fly here," and it never happened again.
Sounds about right.
So never happened again. That was it. That was my moment of slightly big-headedness, and never going to happen
And
again.
your parents were supportive, but okay, we're going to drive you to the place. You do it.
Well, that's my parents. So my dad's retired captain of the Navy. They're both lawyers who's in the JAG Corps.
Yeah.
And my mother's was a lawyer in Connecticut. She's since retired and is an author. And so they were like, "We love that you we're fully supportive. You're now a man of 11, so you've got to find out what you're doing. We'll drive you to the bus station, but that's the best we can do." So in the 80s, I would get dropped off at the bus in Farmington, Connecticut. I take the bus to Port Authority in New York City.
By yourself?
By myself. My manager would pick me up, usually most of the time. And I would wander the city, go to my auditions, and
what about Nickelodeon? You had to go to Canada for that.
Yeah,
did you not?
well, we did some in Canada. We were at 55th and 9th in Unitel Studio in New York. I lived there with my older brother for a summer. It was always like, who could be your guardian? So when I actually got Boy Meets World, my parents, I was 16, they weren't going to move out to LA with me. So my oldest brother's fraternity brother happened to be moving out at the same time.
Oh, man.
And so Earl became my guardian, and that was it. So
The frat brother.
The frat brother. So that was, I grew up very quickly, which is good. But my parents have been married almost 60 years. I come from a very tight family.
Cool.
They knew I wasn't a party wild kid. I've never been to a club in my life. So it was like, just go and do your thing, and we're here for you. It was great.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
All right. Kyle, you got a question?
Well, Marissa kind of touched on it with what she was saying, but your character, Eric, went through something that I like to call the Carlton Banks syndrome.
Gotcha.
Where if you watch the first episode and you compare it with the last one, you go from someone who is a normal functioning dude to someone you wonder if they even remember how to breathe.
Right. Yes.
And,
this is true.
And
There's two good theories for that, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. My question is, actually, it's and also with that, it's interesting because, especially towards the last season, you'll have that type of demeanor, but then also have those moments like when Eric and Corey were fighting over clearing out the garage.
Yeah, everyone picks up the cleaning out the garage one, yeah.
Because you go from, as Marissa said, that doofus to someone who is very heartfelt and serious, because this is a moment between Eric and now, as far as the transforming into the doofus, was that a very calculated effort? And what was it like developing or not developing?
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
This is what we're talking about today. The little things in life that just annoy the heck out of you. They're called tiny troubles. And it can be as simple as, biting your tongue
or burning your tongue and then having to eat after that.
Stubbing your toe. It doesn't wreck your whole life, but just is annoying. Preston, what annoys you?
Well, first of all, the biting the tongue thing, if you do that, it usually happens more than once. Like you'll bite it 2 or 3 times.
You're in my neck of the woods right now.
It's a nightmare. Here's what I can't stand, and I actually talked about this not that long ago, is if let's say I've got something sitting on a counter that I need to pick up or on the ground, and I pick it up, and I can't pick it up or I drop it. If I do that 3 times in a row, I want to jump out of a window. I want to throw something across the room.
Something in the universe hates you.
Whatever reason, in multiple attempts to do the same thing over and over and failure. That drives me absolutely crazy.
Okay. Steve?
So I like his a lot, but I would say this. So I don't know if you can see.
What are we looking at?
Oh, it's that part of my inside of my lip like 7 times in a row last night eating a salad. The most difficult food to eat. But another thing, and it happened to me 2 days ago. I had a coffee with the lid on it. I take a sip and it's down the front of my shirt. I'm like, from where did this escape? How did it breach the lid? And I'm looking for possible points of exit. And then I go, okay, that was a one-off. Do it again. Now my shirt is looking like a Rorschach test, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I have yet to figure out. And it's like, how am I incapable of drinking? How does that happen?
I do the same thing, but with cereal, and I'll be eating with a spoon, and it will dribble down my chin, and it'll happen like 3 or 4 times in a row, and I want to quit eating for life.
Let me tell you about Alex Holly, who's sitting next to me.
Hey, guys.
She brings in a bag of popcorn every day, and 50% of it ends up either on my lap, on the floor. She can't. It doesn't stay in her mouth.
It's hard to get popcorn in, if you're just throwing it. I don't.
Are you shoving fistful in, Alex? What?
Yeah, they're fistful.
Well, kudos to you because I'm a big popcorn fanatic as well, and popcorn will find its way into your. There'll be recesses of your mouth that you didn't know existed. So, like 2 years from now, you'll generate a shard of popcorn that you had a week ago. So yeah.
And that's part of my annoying thing, getting a kernel stuck in your gum or on your tooth and trying to get that out.
The great Louis Anderson used to refer to that as a meat tooth, where there's a tooth that will hold whatever you've eaten for the next year.
But the relief you feel when you get that out is pretty good.
Yes,
but
that's true.
You guys had mentioned burning your mouth, and I'll tell you, I had the opportunity to spend 1 day in Paris, and all I looked forward to was eating baguettes in Paris. And a couple of days before my trip, I burnt the roof of my mouth, and every single bite of a baguette that I took hurt so bad.
God.
I was only there for 1 day.
And that is a first, but that it's a kind of a first world issue. Like,
you
can't believe the pain I experienced off a baguette. You're telling that to the guy sitting next to you in the chemo ward.
Right.
Sounds like the name of a film, doesn't it? 1 Day in Paris.
Yes.
Casey Boy.
The Baguette's Revenge.
There was a movie called One Night in Paris.
Close.
That's exactly
But that wasn't about you.
No, it was not about me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Happy New Year to you, by the way. All right, we got some B-File stories. Let's fire those up.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Mini Melts Ice Cream, the coolest on-the-go treat. You can head to Wawa and grab a single-serve cup from the signature Mini Melts Ice from the signature Mini Melts standalone freezer and make it a Mini Melts moment. Mini Melts ice cream, but cooler. Let's begin with this story. Latoya Gladney, a 44-year-old manager in training at a McDonald's in North Carolina, told police that her employees were disrespecting her last night, so she called her husband to assist her. Investigators allege that's when Dwayne Waden, 57-year-old church pastor, subsequently arrived at the restaurant. He chose to not turn the other cheek. Say Waden walked into the kitchen and began punching Theodore Garlington, a McDonald's cook, in the face. Waden also allegedly wrapped his hands around Garlington's neck and began pushing his head toward the deep fryer.
Wow. Was he trying to baptize him?
Maybe he was trying to do that. Before Garlington could be dipped into hot oil, several employees interceded, pulling Waden off of the victim.
So they were being disrespectful, so he figured the obvious thing to do would be to dip the guy's head in burning oil.
Exactly. Garlington suffered a large contusion to the forehead and right eye, along with scratches on his neck.
Praise Jesus!
While EMS workers responded to the scene, Garlington chose to have relatives transport him to the hospital. Afterwards, officers interviewed witnesses and reviewed store security footage. Waden was arrested for assault. Bond was set at $1,000, and January 22nd misdemeanor trial was scheduled for him.
When the Lord asks if you want an apple pie with that, you say hallelujah.
According to his Facebook page, Waden works as a semi-truck driver and is pastor of Elevated Life International Ministries, which recently celebrated its second anniversary. Waden's church, which has a slogan that says, "Where hope starts and life begins," has operated from a storefront space next to the Bueno Burrito in Thomasville.
So it's not really a long establishment.
Not been around very long, yeah. A seemingly ordinary pigeon found outside a Cape Coral beauty salon turned out to be an unexpected Christmas miracle, reuniting with its owner after being missing for over 15 months since Hurricane Ian. Elizabeth American was in the salon chair of Eva's Hair Salon.
Excuse me, could I just get a quick blowout?
And Skin Salon in Cape Coral when a bird started drawing people outside to the front door. American managed to grab the bird, and upon inspection, she found a phone number on its foot. The discovery unfolded when Tammy Pangburn, a massage therapist at the salon, noticed a pigeon exhibiting unusual behavior. She said, I just watered...
He's doing the electric slide.
I had watered the plant outside the door, and the water was dripping down, and I noticed this bird come up trying to drink the water. And to their surprise, they realized the pigeon was not a wild bird, but someone's pet. She said,
You're not a wild bird after all.
They called the number to see if he was a missing bird, and the man said that it had been missing since the hurricane.
They called the number, and it was actually the pigeon's phone.
Go for pigeon.
The owner expressed immense joy at the unexpected turn of events.
That's amazing.
Pangburn said, we called that our little Christmas miracle. The pigeon is back home with its family.
That's crazy.
Turning what seemed to be an ordinary day at the salon into an extraordinary and heartening Christmas tale. I see possibly
a movie.
A Hallmark movie.
Absolutely.
Out of that, for sure.
A pigeon for Christmas.
A North Carolina teenager was rescued from underneath a trapdoor inside a home in Kentucky on Christmas Day.
Oh, boy.
Authorities responded to a domestic violence situation at a home, and when authorities arrived, a man identified as Zachary Jones said that a woman had been in the home but left. Authorities spoke with Jones's mother, who made the initial call. She said the woman never left the property. Jones's mother, Rhonda, said she called authorities after an argument between Jones and the teen. She said they were arguing, yelling, and screaming. It's probably the hardest thing I had to do. Deputies took Jones into custody after he tried to destroy drug paraphernalia inside. He's facing more than 30 charges, including rape.
Yeah.
After searching the home, authorities found the woman, later determined to be a teen, who had been missing from Fayetteville under a trap door inside Jones's bedroom. A close relative of the teen said that they were scared. She said, I tried to warn her what could happen to her, and worst possible thing could have happened, And I'm just glad that she was found alive. She was 19, by the way, so she wasn't, technically she's an adult and could be where she was. But this guy they didn't know she was being held against her will.
Ladies, good advice to be suspicious of any suitor who has a trap door in their bedroom.
Yeah. The teen has since returned to Fayetteville to get help. She had been missing since December 6th. She said, she told me that the guy tried to kill her and strangle her, and she got away from him and went to the man's mom's house and told the mom what had happened. She was looking for a getaway for a little while, and it turned out to be a lot different. He moved, lured her, and then kept her against her will. The mother said she didn't know about the trap door or the drug paraphernalia because she, quote, never went up there.
I never go up there. I just hang with my pigeon.
He was read his rights. Jones admitted to having lured the teen to leave her grandmother's home.
I'll tell you something. He don't come down here neither.
He first told her he was 19. When they met, the teen found out he was 25, and she had said he looked older in her photos. Turned out he was actually 34 years old after speaking with his family, so just a messed up individual, obviously.
He probably uses filters on his Instagram pictures, too.
Probably. In India, New Delhi, the police on Monday arrested a school principal and a teacher for forcing several students to manually clean a septic tank. Principal Bharatama and Professor Minuyappa were arrested in relation to the case. The arrest occurred after several images taken by another teacher at the school came to light. The images show students between 11 and 15 years old cleaning a septic tank with bare hands without any safety gear.
They just made us do square dancing.
Manual cleaning of septic tanks, a practice dangerous to health, was prohibited by law in 1993, but still being carried out by people from the lowest rung of India's caste hierarchy. They're called the Dalits or the untouchables. So these are the lowest members.
It's wild that
of the
that system, there's still remnants of that system in place.
It's bizarre.
But then again, who would clean the septic tanks?
According to data from the government's National Commission of Sanitation Workers, which ensures the well-being of sanitation workers, over 1,000 people have died between 1993 and 2022 while cleaning septic tanks.
Did they at least pay for pizza?
I don't know. They didn't do that part of the investigation. I'm not really sure. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. A reminder that we have a secret text word. We're giving away tickets to Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy, Thursday, January 19th at the Met. You can text the word secret to 39333. You'll be in the running for that, so make sure you do that. And also, you want me to mention this case?
Yeah.
We have a flash sale of the very cool Santa's Gotta Go t-shirts.
Oh, it looks great.
In the MMR Rock Shop. Marissa just gave me Marissa just gave me that they're gone.
Oh.
She gave me the signal that they're gone.
It says
thank you.
continues indefinitely.
Yeah.
That's what it says here on the thing.
So there's a new note. Continues indefinitely. All right.
Either you can get one or not.
Or you can't.
Let's go to the website now and take a look-see.
Go to the Rock Shop.
News you can use.
And check that out when you get a chance. But I love the shirt. I think it's great.
That paired with the poop knife?
It's one of my favorites. So, all right, anyhow, $25 in the MMR Rock Shop. Or maybe it's more than that. I don't know.
Or maybe it doesn't even exist.
You can go to
Maybe you're still asleep.
I do know this. It's a tri-blend shirt.
There you go.
Yeah.
Tri-blend's the best.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Good time. Well, the two theories of why he actually turned that way are pretty interesting. One is that since it's called Boy Meets World and it's through Corey's eyes, when Corey was younger, Eric appeared to be the cool older brother. But as he aged, he realized that his brother was actually more of a doofus.
Okay.
That's the theory.
That's kind of cool.
It is. My favorite theory, though, is there's an episode where Eric repeatedly hits his head into a car door. And so there's actual brain damage.
More tragic, but still interesting.
Yes, that's the other theory. So there are two working theories. I frankly like the latter, but that's just me. Really what it came down to was they needed bigger laughs because, again, Corey and Topanga, the A storyline was getting more and more dramatic. And then they found out with the physical comedy stuff, I was just good at it. So they were kind of just kept throwing more stuff. And then I started bet it kind of almost became a bet between myself and the producers and the writers of how far he could go. And so by the time his plays with squirrels are in the couch, then it was off to the races by that point.
Wow.
Okay.
We mentioned William Daniels a little bit earlier, and we're getting a lot of texts, and you can imagine what's coming next, but can you do the Mr. Feeney line?
So this is the thing. A, because of the strike, which we're still very supportive of, and B, I gave it to the girls on Girl Meets World. And there's an interesting story that goes back to Thundercats.
Right.
So Larry Kenney, who was the original voice of went to a convention and somebody said, can you do the Thundercats call? And he said, they just recast a new Lionel. I'll do it one more time, and then I'm passing the torch, and it's officially Will's, and I'm not going to do it anymore. And I thought that was so cool.
And you're not clamped onto it for eternity. Yeah,
exactly. And when the girls did it, we're going to do it on Girl Meets World. I went in front of the audience. I did it one more time, and I said, now it's officially yours. So
I would have to imagine. Go ahead.
What's the Mr. Feeney line? I mean, you don't have to do it.
No,
but I don't even know what it is.
So it really what it is it started in the script. It's just Eric approaches the fence and says, Mr. Feeney. And you just go, Mr. Feeney, and that was it. And me being a ham by the end of the show, it was this long, Feeney, like I'm just... Okay. Stuff that just to keep me on camera as long as I could. It was like 90 seconds long by the time we were done.
So with Girl Meets World, they had the weight of having to deliver this.
Yeah.
it's like saying I'm James Bond at that point.
Pretty much, yeah.
So did you counsel him or did you say you're free?
I helped a little bit, but I said you're never gonna do what I did. You'll never approach the master. So just go off. No, it's like they knew they were great at it.
Yeah, they gave him a swirly.
Exactly. The girls picked me up and dug me in the toilet. But that's what Larry Kenney said. He said, where he said, I know the first time you do this, there's going to be the weight of the world on you. I was like, the Thundercats call, you think? Yeah. So it was yeah.
Right.
That was
with the strike, are you allowed to do Thundercats, or is that verboten
no
as well?
Thundercats? I can do. That's Thundercats. Oh, yeah, that's a good. That's perfect. So that's good. No animation, I could do all the time. I could be Batman the whole time.
So Girl Meets World was on Disney. Was Boy Meets World affiliated with Disney? I don't know.
Yeah, so ABC and Disney were
it was
together.
ABC.
Yeah.
We had I forgot who we had in who had a Disney show, Casey, years ago, and we asked him about, wow, you must get the run of the parks. You must be able to do all this stuff. And they were like, no. You would think so, but no.
Occasionally. And when Disney does throw a party, they throw a party.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, yeah, if it's like their 35th anniversary, they fly you all there in a jet. You get to the scenes at all the rides, all that kind of stuff. The rest of the time, they're like, the line starts back there.
I would think if there's anywhere you would, as a kid, where you would want to throw your quasi celebrity weight around, even if you were able to understand celebrity weight, would be at the amusement parks.
Yeah.
And you couldn't even get traction. But you got the greatest gift of all time, that preview of Universal.
Oh, that was still, people always say, what's the best job you ever had? I'll never beat that. I mean, I had a theme park to myself at 13. You're never going to beat that. I don't care what I do ever in my life. That is the pinnacle.
Well,
I love you, babe. That's to my wife. And my wedding.
Number 2.
But it was the perfect match of the theme park and a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
It couldn't have happened at a better time.
Yeah, it was the coolest thing in the world. And then it was like, hey, we got to shoot something today where you need to go to the restaurants and eat all the fun food. And thing like, all right, I guess we'll do that. It's great.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's the stuff you dream. I mean, years ago, the first time I had a taste of something like that, a radio job present at here DRE, and there was the food, the comedians. What was the big drive? The HBO Comic Relief.
Oh yes.
So they flew my wife and I out to California to Universal. We got that cut the line. I mean, cut the line ahead of Make-A-Wish kids. You know, like, and I'm like, oh my God. And you know, you're like, I feel horrible, but I'm loving this.
Yeah.
So to me, for you to process that and then kind of keep it in check, I guess the swirlies helped.
They do. You got the two older brothers. It definitely helps.
Because it would seem almost an insert. You don't have so many kids and childhood actors succumb to things. Yeah. And I think what happens, and correct me if I'm wrong, other kids naturally are like this guy. Like they'll bristle at that. You think you're going to have. But does that happen, or do you get sort of outcast status at school?
Well, it depends. Unfortunately, when you're a kid, anything that makes you different is bad.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what it is. I remember for a good year. So it's funny and yet horrible for me to say at the same time. In like 7th grade, every time I opened my mouth in class, 2 or 3 people will go, "I'm sorry, I was just acting." Every time I opened my mouth.
Right.
So yeah, nothing. Don't start with me. You're re-triggering me all over again. No. But so it is. It's just anything is anything.
Yeah.
But it's also one of those things where again, from the family, it all comes from how you're raised. So the family I came from, getting the big head or falling down the rabbit hole of, you're literally somebody cool on Thursday night, and then the show's over, and Friday morning you're somebody. You're just you again.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where if there's no difference between those things, it's like, no, I was just me Thursday night. I just had a different job.
Right.
Then you're fine.
Yeah.
If your whole life is about, well, what am I going to do now? I need to chase that high, then you have some problems. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to slip back and go back to producing, but
Okay.
two things.
Yeah.
I think, have you guys been to the Real Chubbies?
No, we're going.
Okay.
I think we're going either today or tomorrow. We're going
Okay.
to the Real Chubbies, which is awesome. Yeah.
That's
Which,
awesome.
by the way, when we come and do the slide with our cardboard thing, I want to make a Chubbies booth.
Cardboard classic.
Cardboard classic. I want to make a full Chubby set that the cast slides down the hill. I've already thought about it. I've already thought about what I want to do. So,
Well,
yeah.
with the trick shot at the
Yes,
pool table.
thank you.
So then add this to your list. I think you guys should also go to Independence Hall.
Yeah.
And record yourself singing like, "Sit down, John. Somebody open up the window."
That would be just do our 1776
Yes.
for Mr. Feeney. I
That
love
was
that.
Mr. Feeney's line in the movie.
It was
well, the series, by the way, for people who don't know, it took place in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's obviously the big connection.
Is there a John Adams High in Philadelphia? Is that a real thing? Up just for the show.
They made that
Okay.
up. But Corey
Okay.
and you guys would always have all the Phillies gear.
Of course.
And it was like the 93 Phillies
It
all
was
over
the
the place.
best, yeah.
I'm officially Team Eric. Move over, Team Sean.
Yes.
Here we are.
Oh, look at that.
Sorry. Peace out.
All right.
Love that. Great mic drop.
Wow. Well, the event is coming up on Saturday, and if you want to get tickets, it's through the Met, and you can go to themetphilly.com to get all that. But so it's not till Saturday. You guys, are you doing any more of the city while you're here?
Yeah, I'm a history buff, so I want to do all the history stuff. I've been here before, and this is like, I grew up in Connecticut, where some of the history comes from, and
It does come from there too.
Boston, Philly, this whole vibe of just the kind of the birthplace of our country. I'm a big fan of. So
Yeah, the great part is when you're here and you're able to drink it in, whatever you see, it's probably the first.
Right.
Yeah, the first.
I can't
Yeah,
wait.
Which
so,
is
yeah,
amazing.
Going to where the Second Continental Congress was and Liberty Bell. I'm over the moon.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right, we'll get the tickets, themetphilly.com. It's Pop Meets World, the Kids Wanna Jump Tour, and we hope you have a great time while you're in town.
Thank you so much for having me here. This has been great.
Absolutely. Will Friedle, guys. So we are so excited to welcome Mr. Jason Isaacs.
Well, morning, boys.
Nice
so
to have you.
you've probably got something in front of you that says something about me, but I got a piece of paper that says you are the #1 way for Philadelphians to start their morning.
Oh, that's right. We like that.
Wow. You've replaced coffee and I guess morning sex.
Yeah, that's how desperate it's gotten here in Philadelphia.
Jason, your personal fandom of Cary Grant, where does that lie in the pantheon of actors that you appreciate?
Well, I didn't really think much about him before I got this job, to be honest with you.
Okay.
And I started to watch his early films. And I thought, he's very awkward. Of course, he came straight from vaudeville and doing kind of knockdown end-of-pier shows and carnival barking. And then as I watched more and more of the movies, I went, he's got something. You can't take your eyes off him. He's not an actor. He's a star. There's a difference. You can watch, he's on screen with Jimmy Stewart and Katharine Hepburn and Ingrid Bergman and all these people, but there's something about you just can't take your eyes off him. And when I was doing research, I spent a lot of time talking to Diane Cannon, who's their appalling toxic marriage is featured a lot in the show. If you keep watching beyond episode 1, you'll see. And she said to me, she married Cary Grant. But when he shut the door and came home, he was Archie Leach, and something very, very different happened. And really all the scars from his abusive, abandoned, neglected childhood, all the terrible things that happened to him in his childhood came to play in his personal life, which is why there's no interviews. He didn't do any of this stuff that I'm doing now. You can't find a recorded interview. He didn't let the mask clip. Wow. But anyway, one of the things she said to me when she was being very helpful about his emotional damage, and every now and again she punctuated and she'd go, "But honey, he would walk into a room, and let me tell you something. He was so beautiful. I mean, everybody wanted him. And yeah, the fellas and the girls. And he had a body. I mean, I'm not kidding you. And naked. And I go, Diane, let's get back to things that are useful to me, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, it's
fan, and I fell in love with him watching his movies. Okay. Well, actually, what I fell in love with, of course, or fell in awe with, was Cary Grant. And the reason we made the show is he wasn't Cary Grant. He was the very, very polar opposite of everything you think you know about him. Everything you liked in the movies about him, you just reverse it. That's who he was when he got home.
That becomes readily clear, and just as Connery played Bond.
3 WMMR.
Elvis Presley and Natalie Taylor. That sound right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just looked up Surrender and Song, and a couple other artists came up besides Cheap Trick.
It's a good topic.
Hey, quickly, before we do anything, a couple of shout outs. I meant to get to those in the last break, and I'd like to do those now, if that's okay. I got this says, hey, guys, been trying to get a birthday shout out for my daughter, Melissa. She listens to your shows all the time and repeats a lot of what you say. Her sister says Preston and Steve are like her church, but she forgets that I've been listening to MMR since the 1970s, so I've heard of your show as well. And I realize you won't be on the air today, but she is a New Year's baby, maybe next year. Happy New Year. So that is from Susan Reppert. Here's a shout out for her daughter, Melissa. Happy birthday. And then I got this one, and I don't know if he was meaning for me to read this for their anniversary on January 11th or not, but I'm going to go ahead and do this now.
You got to do what you got to do.
It's really cool. It says, hey, Presbo, I'm composing this shout out on the road from Jaipur to Delhi in northern India. Myself and my wife, Michelle, are closing out an amazing trip spanning 2.5 weeks and 2 continents. We reside in South Philly and are loyal podcasters and live listeners when possible. And I've been listening to the show since the tender age of 8. I'm now 32.
Whoa!
One of my first concert experiences was seeing No Doubt at the festival.
That's great.
Michelle is the love of my life and the best travel companion a guy could ever ask for. It is our 5-year wedding anniversary on January 11th. I would like to send this out to her. Looking forward to many more adventures and inside jokes via the Preston and Steve show. So a shout out, please.
That's amazing.
And then also he writes, this is from a guy named Connor, by the way, Connor McGowan. And he goes, P.S., I've been bombarded with selfie requests and handshakes by strangers daily here in India just for being a tall white guy. I now know what it feels like to be a famous radio personality. It's exhausting. Don't know how you guys do it. The way to celebrity is crushing. So thank you, Connor. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that. All right. You know what? While we were off, I noticed a few things.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's back from the holidays. The noticers noticed so much, and now he will notice for you.
Yes.
We love the noticer.
One of the things that I noticed.
I like the Tin Man.
Oh, by the way, I watched all of that during the break. Christmas
Sensational.
Story. Kathy sent this over to me. Joel Embiid has listed his Philadelphia penthouse.
Oh, how much?
It's on the market for $5.5 million.
Which
and
just
so,
seems,
I looked at the pictures of it.
Yeah.
And
is it a dump?
No, but it ain't big for
Yeah,
$5.5 million.
I think it's only 2 bedrooms.
It's 1,000 square feet, 2-bed, 3-bath. Listen, it's a place that it would be a great hotel suite to lavishly enjoy for like a week.
Right.
But it doesn't look like an abode that one would drop $5.5 million.
So it's location.
Yeah, it's a roof.
Does it mention what he paid for it when he got it?
Yeah, $3.2 million in 2018.
Okay.
And it's in a building where, for years, a lot of the Sixers players have been living. So I think when you move here, that's sort of like if you don't know where to live, that's sort of where you go. So maybe he had that early on. I know he has other properties, so I guess he's just getting rid of it.
This one.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously it's at the top. It's a rooftop.
Sure.
It comes with private pool, hot tub, outdoor kitchen, all the stuff. It's a 2-floor unit, but it's only 1,000 square feet.
That's small.
And it's 2-bed and 3-bath. And I was surprised at that high number of $5.5 million.
Location.
Yeah. Well, what's the location? What are the streets?
I don't know. Marissa's got her hand up, so we'll go to her. Maybe she's got more details.
All right, I'm looking at this because it's actually my dream home.
Oh.
I have been admiring this place for years. I think it is at 2nd and Walnut.
Okay.
Or like Front and Walnut, and it has a pool.
Yeah, it's got
if you drive
private pool,
Yeah.
hot tub, outdoor kitchen.
Like it's his pool, not.
Yeah, if you
it's
guys-
not the building's pool.
Well, that's pretty cool.
You guys have driven by this a million times and maybe not realize it. It's right on 676. So it's actually like right where they're going to be capping. That we're talking about them capping over
the Stitch.
Yeah,
You can
go.
see Penn's Landing. Like his view is Penn's Landing.
Okay.
That's pretty.
So it's like a 2-story. Yeah, and it has a little pool deck and I don't know, like wide open. I don't know. This literally, I've when I moved into the building I live in, I always wanted to live there, and then I saw this, go up maybe like 5 or 10 years ago, and I was like, oh, that's my new dream home.
Okay.
This place right here. So you guys want to buy it for me?
Yeah, it is really, though, relatively speaking, it is smaller for $5.5 million.
Yeah, 2-bedroom and 3-bath.
I think another captain of another team also lived there.
Huh.
A lot of players
yeah,
lived there.
Probably like passed through the hands.
I wonder how high the ceilings have to be for a Joel Embiid apartment.
That's what I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, yeah. In the doorways, all
Yeah.
of that. No, exactly. To just be comfortable.
Yeah, it was feel like Will Ferrell and Elf.
So when I when we were first looking to buy our a home, and we went to this one house in Havertown where the owners of the home, it's a regular home, they were tall. They were like 6'5", 6'6", and it was insane how tall everything was. For, like,
to them,
the counters were really high.
Sure.
The bed was real. Like, I basically needed a step stool to get onto their bed.
Did you need a ladder to get on the toilet?
Yeah.
Listen, a buddy of mine bought a home. He's owned it for, I don't know, 15 years or more now. But the people who had it built, there was someone who was disabled in the family. So the doorways are all extra wide.
Yeah.
And everything is made for someone with disabilities to be able to get around. And it's fantastic. It's I was really the wider doorway. So if you had a wheelchair or needed to move a bed
like
in and
that.
out,
Yeah.
I always thought it's pretty cool.
Okay,
and it'd be great if you widen.
It'd be good to be disabled.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that that having these wider, more roomier dimensions was pretty cool.
So for one of the services that builds homes for veterans who've been injured, they were taking a tour of a house they'd built for this one gentleman, and it had all sorts of really cool stuff like counters that raise and lower, and stuff that actually would be applicable to anybody, I think, at some point, just on a convenience sake. But yeah, I agree. Sometimes that stuff is cool.
Okay, yeah, Kathy, maybe all the basketball players live in this particular high-rise because they're all built for tall people.
Yes.
We didn't even think of that.
I don't like the all white, antiseptic.
Looking at the pictures, it's white floors, white ceilings, white walls.
It's too much.
All that stuff, and it looks like I don't know what the floor is made of. I don't know. That doesn't look like wood. Maybe it's tile of some type. But
it's marble
I need carpet here and there.
Yeah.
I need to be able to lay down on the floor if I want to for whatever reason.
I definitely feel like carpet is necessary. If you have a 2-story place, like second floor needs to be carpeted.
Oh God, no. I can't wait. I have 2 rooms with carpet left, though. I cannot wait to rip the carpet
That's a
out.
dirt thing for you.
It's
gotta
just
be.
because there's stains on it. Like it just doesn't.
Oh,
And
man.
the animals will find it and they will puke on it.
Oh, yeah.
So we're all hardwood. We have no,
Well, that's what I wanted years ago when I built my house. That's what I wanted, but it was a costs thing.
Yeah.
And so I put the carpet in upstairs, and I actually didn't realize. I thought, I'll never be able to match the hardwood floor in the hallway. It'll look weird. I didn't realize how easy it was to. It's going to cost you, but to lay hardwood down and for them to match exactly what you already
just
have.
Sand it all, and then they put the sand. I don't even.
They actually put it over the carpet case.
My friend, the Walshes, they did your
Walsh Flooring did my floors.
Yeah.
Did an awesome job. Love them, and I'm going to have them come back and do the bedroom.
I had these. We thought we were going to carpet the upstairs, so my dogs had vomited on the stairs so many times that they were just nasty. So I ripped the carpet off the stairs, thinking that we were going to change them. We have had, and it's like subflooring stairs. Our stairs have not been carpeted for I think coming up on 2 years at this point. And it's gnarly, But like I feel like I need carpeted steps. Because I need to, I don't know.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, okay.
I'm with you, Case.
Yeah.
Just real quick, getting back to the Joel Embiid place, the penthouse, it's 3,500 square feet.
Oh, 3,500.
Well, this is totally incorrect.
So,
then.
well, the patio that you were talking about, and Marissa referenced the pool, that's about 1,000 square feet.
Now
there you go.
But it's 2 floors, and so it's 3,500 square feet. So,
3,500 square feet, now 5.5 million.
Makes sense.
Very affordable.
You need space to race your RC cars.
By the way, it comes with a $3,800 a month homeowners association.
$3,800 a month.
What do you get for that? What do you get for $3,800
You
a
get
month?
a good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Embiid.
Yeah, they know your last
Good luck
name. They call
tonight.
you
Golly,
your
you're
last
tall.
I can't stand my HOA, and I have an HOA, and
They insist you don't have finished carpeted steps.
No, I mean, listen, you're not allowed to have a fence in my neighborhood, right? The only way you can have a fence is if you have a pool. So you're telling me you can have a fence. You just need to cost like $40,000. You're not allowed to have solar panels, and I reached out to them because they repaved our street, and after they repaved it, there's a giant when it rains. water pools right before the drain.
Well, they're giving you your pool.
And I reached out to him. I said, "Hey, listen, I'm glad that you repaved the street, but now I have a giant pool of water, of still water in front of my house.
Fix it
for days. Fix it." And they're like, they never responded.
Hey, well, that sucks.
Yeah,
so you need to go before them and state your case.
Hang on, I want to go to this couple of calls real quick, and then we'll move on to something else. I have Ed on the line. Yo, Ed, morning, bud.
We lost Ed.
Oh, we lost him. Ed was saying that he was shopping for homes and went into a house that was owned by, obviously, that was built for little people.
Yes.
As opposed to like a basketball player
Right.
where everything's really high. This would be much smaller, lower counters and all that stuff for people of a smaller stature.
Interesting.
Let me go to Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. How are you?
Good.
So I lived in Phoenixville, bought my house 15 years ago, and my house was built in 1910, and the ceilings are only 7 feet tall, and so it's kind of short in my basement.
7 feet?
That's tiny. Yeah.
So I have an 1880 house, and the ceilings are much higher than they're at least 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I had an attic above my bedroom, which was never used, and so I blew out the attic and raised my ceiling, and at least I have at least 8 to 9 feet in my bedroom now. But my daughter's room is only about 7 feet. The living room, kitchen is all about 7 feet. Because I guess in Phoenixville back in the day, that's when the houses were older and they had smaller people living in Phoenixville. It was a steel town, and they didn't need bigger homes.
Yeah, but Andrew, I grew up in a house that was built in the 1880s. And we, growing up, we had lower ceilings because it was a drop ceiling. And then eventually my parents got rid of the drop ceiling. And now the actual ceilings are really, really tall.
Maybe this was just a cheaper design.
Yeah.
For some houses in that area.
Great 7-footer boom.
It's a great area, so.
Yeah, it is. All right, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I couldn't reach up more than this high. If you think about it, because I'm over 6 feet tall.
And anyone who's claustrophobic is going to freak out.
All right, well, if you're in the market, $5.5 million.
Yes.
By Joel
Now that we
Embiid's
know,
place. Apparently, it's on the table. All right, another thing I noticed this weekend. Apparently, Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper on Tuesday was fined $300,000.
Which is nothing to him.
I know it's nothing to him, but still.
It's a big fine.
It's a big fine for tossing a drink at Jaguars fans from his suite at Jacksonville's Everbank Stadium. The NFL called the act, which took place during Sunday's game, unacceptable conduct. League said in a statement, all NFL personnel are expected to conduct themselves at all times in ways that respect our fans and favorably reflect on their team and the NFL. Now, even though $300,000 is nothing to a guy like that, a guy like that still doesn't like losing $300,000.
No, you're right. But you know what they should do to this guy? Because if this was another fan, there's potential that fan wouldn't be banned from the stadium forever. So he should be banned from that stadium
forever.
Mm-hmm.
It was a douche move. I mean, the way that he did it, and he's the freaking owner. Take the high road.
I'm sure people were lipping off to him, and that's why he did it.
And that's, and I get that people like that get under his skin, and he has to sit there and listen to it the whole time. Whatever. Go home and cry in your $1 billion home or whatever it is, and don't throw a drink on a fan. Rule number one: if you're an owner in the NFL, don't throw drinks on fans.
Right. Probably. So he's got a $300,000 fine, and his response. Listen to this.
All right, I want to hear this.
He responded with regrets. I respect the NFL's code of conduct and accept the league's discipline for my behavior.
There you go.
You guys ever throw a drink on somebody?
No.
Yes, I did.
You did?
Really?
Yeah, in somebody's face.
Ooh, oh, that's cool.
Did they deserve it?
Was it a masher?
Casey, no.
No,
they didn't deserve it.
No.
Was it to be funny?
At the time, I thought that he deserved it, but later on in life, no, I don't think he really deserved it.
What happened?
Well, we could go back to the earlier conversation. I had drinking vodka that night. I no longer figured out why. I don't know. I'm not getting into it because I love this person very much. It was a family member, and I threw a drink in his face.
No, I dated a girl who was a drink thrower.
You've told us this before.
She almost got you in a fight.
Oh, God, that's what she would do, man. She would get pissed off if we'd be at a bar or something like that, get pissed off, and then just throw a drink in somebody's face. And here I am, the boyfriend.
Uh-huh.
who's got a
Defend her honor.
Yo,
It's like, no, don't do that.
that's just
You.
Oh,
I watched a girl, and this is bootleggers. I don't even know what it is anymore, but I watched a girl just heave a beer bottle into a crowd of people. She was aiming for one person. I don't know if they hit that one person or not, but I'm like, dude. And then I also, in college, my friend was throwing a full beer to a friend of his. He missed and smashed this chick right in the face with a full beer.
Well, that was more an accident.
Yeah, but Tepper just threw the liquid out of his drink. He didn't actually throw the cup or the,
He took
beer
an
bottle.
entire case of beer
Just
and
tossed it out
hurled
of
it
his
down
suite.
onto a Make-A-Wish kid.
Oh my God! But listen, yes, you are a team owner.
Right. You pay someone to do that.
You get.
Yeah.
Here's $20. Throw this drink at this
It's like
guy.
in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah.
Punch that guy in the face. Full on punch him in the face. But that's just childish behavior of a guy like that. Come on, man. You've been around for a while. You know
Right.
what's up.
Come
Yep.
on.
All right, so I noticed that one.
No soup for a year.
All right, I noticed this as well. This guy worked at Burger King. This actually was back in 2022.
Do you remember back then?
I recall a couple of things. No, this guy worked at Burger King, and he got, for his 27 years of never missing a day at work,
What'd they give him?
a little goodie bag.
I would have burned the place down.
And it came with, like, some pens and a coffee cup.
Oh my! Oh wow!
And he never missed a day. Well,
I can't goddamn believe this.
27 years. So his daughter started a GoFundMe for her dad, raised $440,000.
No way. Awesome.
Which is great. So he's been a long time, just worker at a Burger King.
I'm just working at the Burger King.
Busting his ass for all those years.
Thank you for the pen.
And I mean, come on, man.
I mean, not that you listen, like a party or something or
Something like that. You're not
like a burger party.
I mean, or don't give me anything. You know what I mean? Like, and
Like you'd rather nothing than the little goodie bag with pens in it.
what about a party? What about
Right.
everyone gathered and they did some sort of celebratory thing for you and they had like a catered or an evening or thank you for your
that's
loyal
nice.
service.
That's showing your
Right,
appreciation.
as opposed to a bag of pens.
yeah, but also, like,
I want to kill you.
Why 27 years? Like, that's such a weird number,
20.
too.
I mean, it's the perfect, right? 27. No, it seems it seems dumb. It does,
Right?
But I
Do it
mean,
at 25,
yeah.
or you know what? Take those pens at 27 and invest them, and then maybe at 30, you can give them.
It's your 27th and a half year.
No, what that says is they forgot at 25.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't want to
They
wait till
didn't
30.
care.
He won't make it to 30. Let's do it now.
You know, I was talking about this
That's
because
how they do it in the kingdom.
from kindergarten, 8th grade, I only missed one day of school. My friend Jason, he missed 0 days of school. And you know what he got for that? He got a piece of paper. I'm curious if Jason still has that piece of paper that he got. Like,
You missed one day, and they wouldn't acknowledge that?
right? Like, they should, like, in hindsight,
You
they
should
go,
have gotten the piece of paper.
I should have gotten the
You
piece of
should
paper.
have gotten a bag of pens.
And he should have gotten a medal or something.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, by the way, did perfect attendance leading up to that, did you think that there was some kind of thing that you were going to get?
No, my
or
mom was like,
recognition?
no, my mom took a lot of notes out of my Aunt Pat's notebook. And her general rule of thumb was send him to school. If he's really that sick, they'll send him home.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That's funny.
And I used to
That is pretty
I got
hard-ass.
bronchitis every single year, and bronchitis is not contagious as far as I know.
I got bronchitis.
And I would cough so bad that I would vomit, and I'd be like coughing and vomiting in the schoolyard.
Oh my God.
Dude, that's
And
tough.
I still
that's
went to
tough.
school.
You
yeah.
never had the joy of faking a sickness to get out of a day of school.
Not
or like
until high
Kathy's
school.
mom, who took her shopping.
She was like, "Oh, you don't. Stay home. You're tired.
You're too smart.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I did not live like that, and I would go to school. However, I found out recently. I mean, I knew my brothers weren't exactly the same as me, but my middle brother, he goes, "I think I stayed home more than I went to school some years." I was like,
What about work attendance? Who here
has never missed a day?
Oh,
I've missed very little. I know that.
Me, you, and Preston are definitely the least amount. And maybe Marissa might be in there.
Do we get a bag of pens?
You shouldn't come here when you're sick. You get nothing,
Well,
but
listen,
other people sick.
If COVID has done anything to this country, it is, caused people to stay home when they're sick. Because a lot of times people,
Thank God.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I agree
Get
with
other
you.
people sick.
I would come in and, hack and cough and all over the
You
place.
wanted those pens, though.
Yeah, I did want those pens. And I got them. I had to pay for
I
them,
remember
but-
that there was a big man. They made a big to do when whoever was and we had one year as too as Heidi Kindler was one of the names I remember in elementary school, had a perfect attendance, and they made a big deal out of it.
Is that something that can be put on a when you're
resume?
applying for college as a resume? Or, yeah, resume as well, but also applying for colleges.
No,
you
because
know?
college doesn't care if you
They
show
don't
up.
care. Yeah, that's true.
Well, we're looking to fill that neurosurgery spot, and it says here you had perfect attendance.
I guess it could be something you could put on your resume.
I think so. It shows a
Why not?
commitment.
Well, we were talking about this with professional athletes. I can't remember who we were talking about this with, but when you're like trying to sign somebody to a contract or get some, like the fact that they haven't missed time, shows that they have what's the word I'm looking for? Pluck.
True grit, moxie.
Yeah, all
Commitment.
of that.
Question: did you ever get sent home from school?
No.
Like your Aunt Pat said.
No.
They never sent you home.
At school, they thought if he was really sick, his mother would have never sent him in.
There you go.
No.
He was screwed no matter where you went.
No, I
They
never.
do send them home quicker now, though. I think too.
Do they?
Same thing like with
Yeah.
COVID. It's like if they have snots all over them, they're coughing.
Well, I
and-
got syphilis.
Well, it's not worth getting other kids sick over. Yeah, most definitely. So, all right, but this guy, he got a bag of pens. Oh, I'm sorry, he got lifesavers too.
Lifesavers
Included
for
that.
his 27th and a half year anniversary?
So, $440,000. And by the way, he purchased his first house with that money,
With the pens?
which is really awesome. No, with the $440,000.
I wonder if he signed the all the documents.
With those
With one-
pens, yeah.
Let me see what else we got here. I noticed.
More from the noticer. It just keeps coming. He had so much time to notice.
I
He
noticed.
wasn't singing drunken karaoke.
Oh man. Oh yeah, here we go. I noticed this. Internet moments that are turning 10 years old this year.
Are we talking memes?
There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
But that we found out virally through
okay, yes.
social media.
I like this.
And stuff like that. And so here's some just internet-based things, I guess. Yeah, it says internet moments that are turning 10 years old. Five Nights at Freddy's.
Huge.
Yeah, apparently it started to really take off when gaming creators like PewDiePie and Markiplier leveraged their reactions against the game's jump scares and built a big following over
You ever
it.
play it?
Never did play it, but I watched a lot of Markiplier's videos of him playing it because Caroline's a big fan, and I've become a fan because watching it with her.
Play it. What's the
Like as you
purpose?
described, yeah, it's kind of like a fun house of scary. It's not like Resident Evil scary.
You have to survive the night.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Do you kill things or do you collect things? Like
So a little bit of both. There's
Okay.
puzzle solving,
Okay.
and you have to fight off
But they're
evil characters.
and they're very. It's very sort of carnival-ish.
yeah.
It's like you're trapped in a Chuck E. Cheese.
I have seen
and
it. I
these,
just
and the animatronic animals
Right,
come
right.
to life, essentially.
My
And there's a
niece
lot of other things that happen.
Okay, my niece was big into it, and my son liked it a little bit. So I know visually what it looks like. I
Yeah.
just didn't know what you were supposed to do to win.
It's interesting. You have to monitor these. You're in the security office. You're monitoring these videos, and it's there's some scary moments that happen in it.
Okay.
So, but
I actually found it kind of. I was getting lost.
it's a huge hit. So it's 10 years old.
The movie was a huge. Is out still. It's a huge hit.
Also turning 10 years old in 2024, the Ice Bucket Challenge.
I remember
Aw.
that for ALS. Yes,
Correct. Yes.
One of the most
And
effective
it was.
charity drive using social media ever.
Do you guys ever get challenged? Any of you guys?
I
I
did
did
a
it
couple
twice.
times.
I did it here, and I did it at the gym that I used to go to. Google just put out their video of the 25 years of searching. It was 25 years of Google, and that was the most searched charity campaign of all time.
No
Ice Bucket
kidding.
Challenge.
Ice Bucket Challenge.
What was
yeah.
cool about it is it had a time period on it. You would do the Ice Bucket Challenge, and then you would call another person's name out or a few people, and they would have 24 hours
Do it, yeah.
to do it themselves, and that's how it virally just started to escalate quickly. Marissa, you jumped into the Schuylkill River, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we did it live on the air.
Yeah, that's
so I wanted
right.
to step it up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I realized how mucky and gross Schuylkill was. I went down to a boathouse.
Yeah.
But I made I made it onto a bunch of sites. Remember how exciting that was?
Making
when you
it
would
on different
make a
sites?
video or a tweet of yours would end up on some British webpage somewhere.
Right.
Still is exciting though. I mean, when
Yeah, it
something
is.
ends,
We've said it countless times before. Every day we're on and we're exposed to a lot of people, and where obviously we have a certain level of notoriety.
Yeah.
But you see your picture in Town Talk, and you're going,
Yeah.
I mean, even like if somebody famous likes a video of yours, I posted a video of me lip syncing something from Hamilton, and the gentleman who plays George Washington, that's the song that I was singing or lip syncing, and I tagged him in it. And then like a month ago, he liked it. I wish I could remember his name. I don't remember.
Please stop doing that.
All right, another thing turning 10 years old in 2024 is Elevator Gate, the Solange and Jay-Z fight.
Remember that?
That took place in the elevator. Yeah.
And the footage?
It was pretty wild.
Yeah. Solange.
10 days after the incident, the family put out a press release that read in part, Jay and Solange each assumed their share of responsibility for what has occurred.
Would you mind if at this point in the show I change my name to Solange Preston?
I would be okay. The Preston and Solange show. Preston and Solange. Listen, it's a new
Still
year.
PNS?
It's a new era with Chuck being our program director.
Right, yeah.
Still be PNS.
Preston and Solange.
Preston and Solange. I like it. 10 years ago, Frozen with Let It Go was inescapable. Wait a minute.
Let it go and let's get it on.
Let's get it on. That would have changed the movie's dynamic slightly.
That's it. Let's let it go.
Idina Menzel voiced the misunderstood Elsa, whose empowering ballad was parodied, memed, and eventually embraced as a gay anthem as well. So I guess it's part of that taking off and people running with it.
You could not. So of all of the many Disney things that became sort of ecumenical, like global, Frozen to me impressed me as being the most comprehensive. Like it was, you could not escape that.
Well, it came out. It actually came out in November 2023, but it really didn't start taking off until 2024. I didn't hear about it until 2014.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
It came out in 2013.
Right. Yeah.
And then and I didn't hear about it until 2014. That summer, my kids were listening to the soundtrack of it, and I actually got to know the songs before
you saw,
seeing the movie. So I walked into the movie already kind of up on it because I liked the music.
What's that song? Do you want to get it on?
All right, how about this one? You guys remember this?
Oh, wait, sorry.
No, this is still part of the same notice.
Still part of the same story.
Things that happened, internet moments that happened 10 years ago, or will be 10 years in 2024. Ellen DeGeneres Oscar selfie.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was, that was a
Remember
good
that?
shot.
Yep.
She was actually a good host.
Most viewed selfie of all time at that time.
Yeah, they had, she said, let's do this. They were live at the Oscars, and it was Meryl Streep, Jennifer Lawrence, Lupita Nyong'o, Channing Tatum. A whole bunch of people were in that. Ellen was in it as well. And she said, let's do a selfie. Bradley Cooper's right up front.
Yep.
And that thing just took off like crazy. I don't know how many
Kevin
views.
Spacey's there.
Yeah, way in the back.
Photoshop
Yeah,
that guy?
can we blur his face?
Oh,
out?
he's back now. He's he's doing all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is in there? I'm trying to. All right, so there's somebody that is right behind Bradley Cooper, right in front of.
There's Brad Pitt.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Cooper.
Julia Roberts. Yeah, a couple. And
Jared Leto.
Somebody's got their hand in front of their own face. Jared Leto. Yeah. Yep. So that was 10 years ago in 2024. Also, 2024 brought us Kim Kardashian's "Break the Internet" photo shoot.
Oh,
Marissa did that. Yeah, sorry. Case as a Halloween costume.
Yep.
Was that the champagne glass on the butt?
Yep. And Marissa did an awesome version of that, if you remember.
Remember that was thrown around quite a lot back then. Breaking the internet.
Yeah.
You broke
Yeah.
the internet.
Right.
That was basically what viral is now.
Yes.
Yes.
Precisely. If something really took off viral.
Sounds
it's called
more disease-ish now.
breaking the internet. Also occurring 10 years ago in 2024, Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. And that was all predicated on this
Character, right?
Jay-Z, Beyonce. Was that?
No.
No, it's Ice
By
Cube.
Felicia's-
Ice Cube.
Yeah, that's a Friday.
Yep, it was from the movie
that's
Friday.
right. Yes.
Yeah.
What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
There was a song that was addressed on a Beyonce album.
What, Lemonade?
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
Lemonade.
Yeah.
Refreshing drink.
Thank you, Casey. So yeah, Bye, Felicia. And if you do hear someone's name Felicia,
Yeah, you got to think that it naturally.
Felicia.
Yeah, because it
comes up.
happened in Friday, and then the NWA movie was a Straight Outta Compton. there's a point in the movie where there are these women and they're all like partying in a hotel suite, and they end up kicking these women out, and somebody yells, "Bye, Felicia." And I thought maybe that was where "Bye, Felicia" came from, and then they put it in the movie.
And then the guy next to him says, "Let it go."
Yeah. And then he said, "Let's get it on."
Also, turning 10 years old in 2024 was the Conscious Uncoupling.
Oh, Gwyneth Paltrow.
And Chris Martin. And that term took off after that because no one had heard of it.
Come on.
And it seemed
Stick
a bit,
with Goop.
Yeah, it seemed a bit pompous and odd. 10 years ago was also The Hot Felon debuted.
Oh, that dude.
Yeah, that
Remember this guy?
He had like those beautiful eyes.
Piercing blue eyes.
I remember you, Kathy, said, okay, that dude is legitimately hot. A lot of women thought so. And
beautiful.
Then he ended up with an heiress for years who she took care of him big time. And then he's now actually still a male model.
What was his crime?
Jeremy Meeks, his mugshot. Let's see. You know what, Nick?
Human trafficking.
It does not say in this. After serving prison time for possession of a firearm.
Okay.
He began a successful modeling career. His infamy is one of the earliest and most prominent examples of viral fame penchant for unconventional stories and conventional beauty.
Yeah, he was with, who was, does it say here the heiress he was with for the longest time? Fabulously wealthy.
It ends at that little bit.
She bought a 1,000 square foot apartment for $5 million.
Steve, I think you were thinking of earlier Becky with the good hair.
That's it!
Becky with the good hair.
That was Beyonce.
Becky with the good hair.
Yeah, I remember
and that was
that.
apparently, that involved some sort of potential side action on Jay-Z's part.
That's
yes?
correct, yes. Also from the album Lemonade, but that was a Beyonce connection.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Now, these next two I don't remember. One on this list says, but that's none of my business. It says, in 2014, a screen grab of Kermit the Frog sipping tea in a Lipton commercial became one of the internet's most recognizable memes.
Yeah, like sipping tea became a thing because of that Kermit thing, which it's just funny how those memes, Steve, you referenced it earlier, like sometimes they take off, sometimes they don't go anywhere. And for whatever reason, sipping tea sort of started with that Kermit meme.
They caught, yeah, and exactly. So they went through the actual memes, Preston. Obviously, it's something visual, which you can't really. Right. But the classic meme that has the little girl with sort of the buck teeth looking like giving side eye.
Dude,
I love her.
I saw how that just showed up in my feed or last week where it's the whole video.
If someone wants to show side eye to anything, that's the picture that they use. So she's grown
like this,
up.
Steve Press, she's like,
yeah.
She got little buck teeth.
Yeah.
I'd have to see it.
And
she's wearing like a pink jacket or whatever.
Her mother recreated the picture because her mother looks exactly like her.
Yeah.
But it is these people who like these one note like meme that suddenly became the thing to apply
But
to.
it was part of a video, and I had no idea that was part because you only see the still picture.
They were she was telling the daughters that they were going to Disney World.
So cute.
Yeah, this is the one we're talking about.
I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
But Press, back to the Kermit thing. It's sort of like commenting, on something and then just saying, oh, but that's none of my business.
Right. Okay. All right. How about this one? Hashtag this could be us, but you playing.
I don't remember that one.
I don't remember this.
Really remember
I didn't do a lot of playing.
No.
No?
No.
Not that.
No.
In 2014, photos of odd or awkward-looking couples or lovers caught in intense and strange public displays of affection were captioned, "This could be us, but you playing." It's unclear where the meme originated, but it peaked in 2014. I don't know.
I think that was a Mitch McConnell thing.
Oh, was that? It could be us or you playing.
This could be us, but you be playing.
So if we're still on the air 10 years from now, are we going to look back on things like Riz and say,
Oh, absolutely.
All right. And will Riz still have any meaning 10 years from now?
No.
Do you know what the funniest thing is that when I sort of explain to people, having lived my 81 years, that whether you like it or not, you will be that sort of, yeah, well, I guess we did that.
Yeah, well,
everyone has
sure,
that.
every generation.
No matter how cool you think you are, no matter how substantive you think what you're doing is, be something to sort of look back and go, oh, yeah, I guess that was the thing.
Yeah. That's very true, Stephen. I agree 100%. It's just funny because looking back on 2013 and 2014, like I was that age then, too.
Yeah,
I was still, this could be us. I don't know, it was just as alien to me in 2013 as it is now. And that was only 10 years ago. But for somebody who was pertinent back then, it made a lot of sense.
Sure. But I mean, you were a huge Mitch McConnell fan.
That's true.
So, I mean, that's why I understand that.
This could be us, but you be playing.
Had no idea it originated with
No. I'm glad I can do that impression.
And then the last thing on this list is turning 10, and there's loads of other things. This particular article, the Slender Man stabbing.
Oh, wow. Do you remember this? I think there was I think it was on Netflix or Hulu, but there was a documentary series, limited, like 3 or 4 episodes, about this whole thing.
Yeah.
Crazy. Slender Man in and of itself it's like the Japanese that face, that demon face, that doll face that is also has inherited a Slender Man type of urban legend attached to it.
I don't know about this one.
So Connor, if you can look up, it's like, scary Japanese doll face or whatever, I don't know. But the basic gist of it is that it incites violence.
So
the Slender Man did.
The Slender Man thing had picked up in 2009, but the actual events of those girls stabbing that girl was in 2014. So that was 10 years ago.
Yeah, they just basically fell hook, line, and sinker into this morass, and the rest is history.
Oh, there was one other thing. Hold on. It was Taylor Swift, 1989, the 1989 era.
Wow. That album,
That's
right?
her album.
Yeah. It came out in 2013.
It leaked a few days before its release, but that didn't stop it from becoming one of the biggest albums of the year. Yeah, Blank Space and Shake It Off were on there. And then people started kind of, doing parodies of it and everything, and that just boomed.
Remember when the police officer was lip syncing that?
Out of Delaware.
Yeah.
We had him on.
Yep.
That was awesome.
And then that was some of the Scooter Braun,
Yes,
right?
and that's why she
re-recorded it.
Exactly. Including that record.
So that's just taking a look at a decade back.
It's crazy.
I know.
There's a YouTube channel that I'll go on, and I think I said to you, Preston, just when you think, boy, we're living in crazy times, go back about 30 years and look what's happening.
There's always
insane stuff that you forget, like, oh, Christ, that happened.
Yep. Let's see. Do I have time for one more case?
Do it.
Little tiny one.
Oh,
do it.
A little tiny one. All right. Yeah, this is the last thing I noticed, and I will pass along to you. A now patient analysis has discovered the happiest and found the majority of happy Americans are in the central or eastern parts of the continental United States.
Really?
We're in the eastern parts of the United States.
I thought it'd be like Colorado.
South Dakota is the happiest state, with 24% of adults saying that they suffer from anxiety.
We are so happy we're anxious.
Yeah, it says 24% of adults saying they suffer from an anxiety or depressive disorder. So is that low?
So I think maybe that's the point they're making, that only a quarter of their population
are anxious or depressed. Other happy states include South Carolina, Delaware.
It's a tax-free shopping. Don't underestimate it.
Don't look past that small wonder. And Wisconsin as well. In West Virginia, the unhappiest state.
West Virginia is the unhappiest?
Yes, almost 40% of adults have an anxiety or depressive disorder.
West Virginia is actually a beautiful state. There's a lot of ruralness to it.
I've driven through it. Yeah, I haven't spent enough time there to really form an opinion.
I ate at the Geno's there once.
There's it's beautiful. And one time I trashed it on air, and I felt bad about it afterwards because I had family.
Trash
that lived
Delaware?
there. No, trash West Virginia.
Oh, sorry.
Because there are some really depressing parts about it, and one of the depressing parts is there's so much coal mining that black lung, believe it or not, is really an awful issue in West Virginia right now. But Steve's right. Like, there's a national park there. New River Gorge is absolutely incredible. So it's worth a visit, and I apologize for trashing it.
By the way, doubling back, Steve, Momo was the thing you were talking about. The Japanese doll face. All right. Louisiana and Oklahoma are also in the top 5 depressed states.
Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Where the wind comes rolling down the plains?
Whistling through, or whatever the lyrics are to that song.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, twice.
I thought Oklahoma was really pretty.
I agree. I thoroughly enjoyed driving through what was it, like Kansas, Oklahoma, northern Texas?
Yeah, I picked up Route 66 west of
Man, you've
Oklahoma
been
City.
everywhere.
Man.
West of Oklahoma City, and then drove from Oklahoma all the way to California on Route 66.
Well, are there any states that don't have pretty parts to them? I mean,
Connecticut.
Okay.
You know it's pretty in Connecticut?
Oh, now you're going to get crap for that.
No,
That
95.
you are leaving Connecticut signs all
my least favorite road on the planet is 95 through Connecticut.
Now,
I cannot stand it. I get angry every time I get close to it. It triggers me. And so, Steve, you're right. There's plenty of nice parts of Connecticut. I just hate the entire state.
I'll tell you where, traffic-wise, it's a effing night. I was about to say the full word, an effing nightmare. But for example, like the Coast Guard Academy in Connecticut is great, and there are a number of beautiful. Yeah. I mean, that's where they get Lyme disease. We can't forget that.
They gave us Lyme disease?
Yeah, Lyme, Connecticut. Is
Connecticut?
where,
Really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Steve, you've been a Mystic, right?
Absolutely.
Mystic is really nice.
Mystic, Connecticut is gorgeous. Where I had my first bout of food poisoning.
I went to the aquarium there.
It's a great aquarium. It's just nearly a mile and a half from there, Casey, where I had my first bout of food poisoning.
Happier states seem to report higher life expectancy rates, better sleep, and more physical activity, by the way.
This is slightly contrary to what you would imagine. You always hear like the warmer climates, or at least the more out and about. But I mean, hey, I'm happy to hear it.
Yeah, definitely.
So go Oklahoma.
I noticed other things but that's all I'm going to notice right now, and we'll notice again another time.
You're tapping out.
That's what we do here. Yes. We have some other things to get to. Don't forget secret text word. Today we're giving away tickets to Joe Gatto, Impractical Jokers, formerly of the Impractical Jokers. He's doing a night of comedy Thursday, January 19th. The Matt text word secret to 39333. You might win before the program is up. We're going to take a break. Come back in just a moment. So make sure you hang out with us. Be right back.
I never thought of Cary Grant as a complete construct, and it's so clear that that was the case. This horribly troubled person,
an avatar, almost.
Yeah,
to speak to the kids' language today. No, he was incredibly troubled. If he was unflappable, that character he created on screen, he was extremely flappable in life. He was very, very vulnerable emotionally and very volcanic. His rages would be, his self-hatred was trouble. He took LSD hundreds of times with a doctor to try and quell his nightmares and his kind of personality disturbance. So it's amazing when you mention, I'm in a show, uncovering the layers of Cary Grant. They go, he was so extraordinary, he was so debonair, so suave. And I just think, you wait till you see it.
Wow.
But think, Jason.
Really think of something else.
Think of you as an actor of carrying, in his case, carrying the weight faux entity that you've created that everyone expects you to be, and that places additional stress on an already fragile psyche.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's ironic, isn't it, that a man or a boy who was completely unloved, completely abandoned and abused, sought his whole life to make other people love him and became very good at it. I mean, he was a male escort when he was in New York, and who knows what he did when he first got to Hollywood. And he learned to use his beauty and how sexy he was to make people love him. In the end, he got half of the known world to love him, and it just made him feel even more unlovable. Which is why his personal relationships went to pot, where he had 5 marriages.
You get the sense that he sort of quickly grew to resent people. So he sought that love and then quickly grew to resent people who gave him that love. Does that make any sense?
That's very perceptive. That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
And numbers of the wives have said to me or recorded that what happened was he would make them, force them, unconsciously, force them to reject him before they could abandon him. Sure that every woman would abandon him because his mother, he felt, had abandoned him.
Yeah. He was literally, as a kid, there were points where throughout his life, he had been literally starving. He had hard times.
Well, I mean, you couldn't script this stuff. Not only was he starved of love and starved of food, genuinely hungry, when he was older, and I'm talking about when he was a big, big star and had a lot of money, he would not only finish everything on his plate and Diane's plate, he'd finish everything on everybody's plate in a restaurant. And if he couldn't, he'd pack it up and take it home, make sandwiches for the next day. If he had a giant party with the most glamorous people in the world and caterers, he would go around if they threw any food away and take it out the bins and stuff. He couldn't bear for a single crumb to be wasted throughout his life.
Jason, I wanted to ask about your taking on this role. You've seemed to have mastered the subtleties of the human voice. You've flowed in and out of different dialects and accents with ease. You have the Cary Grant accent, which many people have done impressions years.
Sure. Well, they do an exaggeration.
Correct.
They're doing a half-remembered version of Tony Curtis and Some Like It Hot. They're not really doing
Yeah,
it
you're
at all.
right. So what tack did you take in representing and being this character and being both Archie and being Carrie? I don't know if you have two different ones. If it's depicted in the show.
I mean, first of all, a lot of the credit is due to the incredible hair and makeup people and the costume people. I don't look like him, but I don't look like myself.
Yeah.
I mean, the audience is going to meet me halfway. Obviously, I'm not going to be that guy that walks in the room and everybody drops their panties on the floor. But I look brown and I've got the chin and the eyes, and it is what it is. But I knew the voice was a big deal, that people would be waiting for it. But then I broke down his voice in all the movies, and he says every single line with exactly the same intonation pattern. And I knew he couldn't talk like that. There's no way you spill hot coffee in your lap. You go, I look vaguely familiar. Like, there's a voice used when you're on screen. He worked at, but he wasn't that guy. And I couldn't find an interview. And I had resources. I had all the American networks and British networks. He just didn't do it. Didn't do talk shows. Didn't do any of that stuff. And finally, I tracked down an illicit interview, something that had been recorded against his will by a journalist.
Wow.
Against his intent in the last year of his life. And at that point, I heard Archie Leach.
Wow.
I heard a guy who wasn't so sure of himself and still felt a bit resentful and wasn't trying to be charming. And I just heard all the fault lines going back to childhood. And that's the voice that I broke down and that you hear when you watch the show.
So
and it sounds a bit like the guy in the movies, but you take away all of the projected masculinity and certainty, and you get a guy who's very insecure.
Yeah, I think it's so easy when you do things like this. Now, you had the benefit of coming in from the angle of I'm going to tackle the man who's dealing with this persona, so that was a delineation point. But a lot of times things can.
There's a couple of bits from the movies.
Right.
Unfortunately, I read the script and I went, you. Some of the movies, and so at that point,
I know. But as a fan, though, I love that stuff. So I love. I mean, you have to, if it's even appropriate to say fan service, because Charade, North by Northwest. I go back. One of my father's favorite films is Mr. Blendingsmill's Dream House. Father Goose, Houseboat, all of the, and even the more,
Well, what's your favorite then? What's your favorite?
God Almighty, I love Charade and North by Northwest, but I also, but Father Goose, which may be in a way very close.
The only time he stepped out, it's the only time he stepped outside of the mold. He built this character, which was nothing like him at all, and the world fell in love with it, and that's who the world thinks he is. But you're right, Father Goose, he played a slightly goofy older guy,
right?
Because he was an older guy,
right. And people don't realize. I mean, he was to use the term superstar for quite a long time.
He was bigger than any stars today.
Yeah.
It's like thinking about Elvis and comparing him to pop stars today, and you go, no, this is a different magnitude. People have TV and social media and all the other things. There was just the movies, and he dominated actually for 30 years.
Yeah.
That's how big he was. I mean, that's a long time to stay on top. But funny enough, the point of making a series about a superstar and how opposite and how damaged he was in private isn't really for fans of his, because there's many people around who don't know who he is. It's because today we have all these people we worship who come through our phones and laptops and at us, and we're all these people against whose lives we compare our own, feel less than. And it's an object lesson to remember that their lives are nothing like what they present to us. No one's life is how they curate it for us on social media. And we shouldn't compare ourselves to what they project at all.
It all distills down to the grass is always greener. And you put things, yes, and you're exactly correct, because if anything, Hollywood is especially that time, is legendary for generating these kind of stories of very wounded people who ended up.
Well, it's still true.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, it's still true that most of the very famous people I know went after it with a passion. He went after making the world love him because he had such a gigantic hole inside him. And the irony being, it just made the hole bigger and deeper. But so it doesn't happen by accident. And most of the super famous performers I know have something cracked in their mold.
Interesting. And that was the question I was going to ask. Are there people in this day and age that are carrying on that big of a charade, and we don't know that at all as a viewing public?
I don't know if it's possible. I mean, look at the red table that Will Smith and his wife have. They're talking about laying out their dirty laundry in public. So I don't know if like that as much anymore, although I don't know that everybody wants to present it quite as vividly as they do. But it's still true that people present themselves on social media, and they're very careful about the curated image that they project to the world, and become very wealthy from that stuff. And I don't know about you, but in my life, when I've met any of the people I'm, slightly I can't even say the word, I'm starstruck by, tongue-tied by, within 5 minutes, particularly if I'm working with them, I go, wow. This is nothing like what I expected.
Right.
And they are nothing like what I expected. So, yeah, I think we still can pull the wool over people's eyes in that way.
Just to switch gears for a second, Jason, I had my youngest over Thanksgiving had never seen, believe it or not, any of the Harry Potter films, so we watched all of them.
Wow,
we did a full
terrible
marathon.
father.
I tried. Trust me, I read the books. I did the whole thing. We finally watched it, and then most recently, Steve here turned me on, and Nick as well, to a documentary about Daniel Radcliffe's stunt double being paralyzed. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that yet. It's called The Boy Who
I know
Lived.
him. Yeah. I absolutely have seen it. He's incredibly inspiring. Davy Holmes is such an inspiring man. I'm going to say boy because I remember him as a boy. But they say that people have a default level of happiness, and whatever tragedy or tremendous things happen, you can peak and you can trough for a while, but you will return to it. Davy's one of the most positive people you ever meet in your life, and certainly had a physical tragedy happen to him, but he's such an inspiration to people who meet him today. And that documentary, it doesn't pretend, it doesn't gloss things over and make it seem like he has the happiest, easiest life, but it on a very profound level, it's inspirational. People should watch it if they can.
Yeah, it is. It's weird to say, but even for the holidays, when you're talking about things to be grateful for and so on and so forth, to see this man.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I hate Christmas. I hate Christmas because I don't want to be buying a bunch of stuff and paying for one more trip for Jeff Bezos to space. I'd like to be giving, and it's an argument we have all the time with my kids, and we all pick a charity and all this stuff. But really, it's still an orgy of consumerism. And if you can spend Christmas thinking about others and dealing with empathy and sympathy and being grateful, finding ways to be grateful and finding ways to be of service as a consequence, then that's what Christmas means to me.
It's when you're playing a character, and obviously the villain, in which you're obviously a very nice guy, but the villain.
I'm not talking about Cary Grant here, I hope.
No, I know.
He was a troubled man.
Yeah, troubled man, not a villain.
I think.
But obviously, we've never forgotten what you did to us in the Revolutionary War. So,
tried to win.
But
listen, if I'd won, we might not have what's coming up in the next presidency. So it's roundabouts. Isn't
you had to secure that.
Yeah.
But so to that point, you always seem to find the humanity in that. And so let me ask you with Cary Grant, the one final thing to take away about Cary Grant, what you learned.
That if your inner voice doesn't match what you present to the world, do some work on it, because it will drive you to distraction and it will destroy your relationships. That's what I learned from doing it, and I hope you learn from watching it.
Archie is available on BritBox. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much, Jason. We appreciate you coming.
It was great to talk to you guys.
Wonderful. Jason Isaacs, guys. He's awesome. Love that guy. He's so talented. And by the way, did you hear we have to rap?
Yeah. Oh, no. What do you mean?
We would like to welcome Fortune Theme Sir to the show this morning.
What's up, you guys?
Nice to see you, Fortune. Thanks for coming on.
So good to see you guys.
I don't know if you want to jump in on this or not, but we had this impromptu discussion about crushes in your developmental years. All of us were talking about that, and like middle school, high school, and all that stuff. And you've had some great stuff in your routine that I've seen before about being gay and finding out what that means at that age. Did you have crushes that just killed you back then?
Oh my God, I was so intense because I had no idea that they were crushes. I didn't realize I was gay. so much of my youth was spent, staring at friends and putting lotion on their arms. Thinking I was a really great friend.
Right.
I love it.
And not really understanding what was happening.
It's such a genuinely sweet thing to think of, because you're trying to make heads and tails of these feelings, and you don't know what's going on. And that's why stuff that occurs during that time period will live with you all the days of your life, For
sure. I mean, my very first stand-up joke that ever got any traction was when I said to people I was like a really intense friend, and I never understood when my mom would be like, I don't understand why you get so upset when your friend Ashley goes out on a date with a guy, and I was like, because she's my best
It's the best. When did you have like a sort of a moment of, oh, I am gay. I like women. Was there a specific moment or was it a slow burn?
It was a slow burn in the beginning, and then I had the weirdest aha moment of my life. I watched a Lifetime movie, and the girl in the movie was coming out and realizing she was gay. And by the end of the movie, I went, "Oh my God, I'm gay." And I go, "I just realized I was gay from watching a Lifetime movie."
Hey.
This is so embarrassing.
I'm a huge fan of the Hallmark and Lifetime, mainly the Hallmark Christmas movies, and they had a gay couple in the lesbian couple, and it was as ham-handed as it handled as with the heterosexual couples. It was good to see that they universally. And I'm sure that
Back on 93.3 WMMR.
Speaking of the Cardboard Classic, I'd like for this one to be super awesome. It's always awesome, but we have so many good things going. Kathy hasn't been to Montage for this event yet.
You're
she
going
couldn't
to
make
love it. Yeah.
Last year, it is, the whole setup, the evening before, all that stuff is just it's another level.
I agree. The fact that there's so many more options. It's an actual town, and when you get off the main thoroughfare, it's right there. So you're not, winding. Listen, I loved our years at Jack Frost, but I remember you'd pull in and I'd buy like all my supplies at the Wawa because I'm like, I better get it here because if once I go up the mountain, it's like I don't know where I'm going to be able to go to get this stuff.
Yeah.
But here, you're right in a town.
And it's only like a 20-minute extra drive. That's like another 5 or 6 songs on MMR. That's it. And you're good to go. And you're going to be, it's just a smidge further, but
we just adored it.
We had such a great time. And I want to see some new blood. I mean, we have new people that try it every single year at Cardboard Classic, building a big contraption out of mainly, cardboard and glue and tape and string and paint. But I'd like to see this be a banner year. And we're working on maybe some friends that are coming out for the whole thing. And, of course, Collective Soul is playing a concert that night right at the base, right from where we broadcast from.
Which is amazing.
Is the stage. And it's a big, badass stage with full light riggings and everything. They're going to be playing a show when we're done. The next day, OAR and the 502s are playing. So it's all part of the Mountain Fest concert. And if you get a lift ticket that day, it's free entry to the concert on top of that. So
I love the whole layout. It really has a lodge resort sort of feel to it with the fire pits and the way everything is laid out. Where we broadcast from is terrific.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna love it, Kathy.
Friday, March 1st. So you got some time, but not a whole lot if you want to build a really special creation for the event. But you can go to WMMR.com/cardboard classic, and you can see all the sled and party pics from previous years and videos that might give you some inspiration on what you want to do to build your contraption and be a part of it. And we've got prizes, all different kinds of prizes for the winners, and we have the best fail as well.
Yes, which is an honor as well.
Yeah. So make sure you join us for Cardboard Classic. We'd love to have you there. I saw this interesting story, and I was curious if you guys had any examples of this. So it's a BS lawsuit that's taking place. Hershey is being sued for compensation in excess of $5 million over allegations of falsely representing the appearance of some of their products in a recent packaging. So it's a class action lawsuit filed in Florida. A lawyer acting on behalf of Cynthia Kelly of Tampa argued that depictions of several seasonal chocolate treats on the packets do not match the contents inside.
Okay.
So specifically, Reese's Peanut Butter Pumpkins, Ghosts, and Bats. In each case, and I could see a little bit of this, in each case, pictures show artistic carvings that gave the products facial features on the packaging that are not present on the item.
Yeah. Well, I would say that is legit.
I guess so.
You're buying, and that's a sell point. You assume that you're going to have these Halloween-inspired candies.
There's also one where Reese's peanut butter football appearing like a chocolate egg without laces carved into it as advertised was presented as well.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I noticed that last year. I was like, where are the freaking laces on this thing? Where's my $5 million? I don't understand why people were suing for money.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you did intend, you purchased this and you wanted the kids that you were buying it for to see that.
Think of the psychological trauma.
Well,
when you open it up and there's not laces on the football.
But when it comes to advertising,
that is false. It's the same reason that Subway got in trouble for the footlongs.
Right,
were less than a foot long.
But my question I was going to pose, and feel free to call in if you like, but what never looks like it's supposed to? You know what I mean?
Oh, God. My God.
Where do we most food.
215-263 WMMR. And the reason I bring this up is because we were at the beach last year, and my friend's daughter got from the Fudgy Wudgy guy a SpongeBob novelty.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Exactly.
He looks like that SpongeBob meme.
I was going to say any fast food burger you ever see advertised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just had this conversation about the burgers, and that's what we talked about.
Yes.
Was it not looking the same? And somebody else sued for. I thought it was Burger King.
I think it was the visual aesthetic of the Big Mac. I believe it was,
or the size. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was the size wasn't proportionate to whatever the picture was.
Right.
I recently, so I was at a friend's house, and we asked the kids what they wanted for dinner, and we wanted to get pizza, and we were kind of talking about where to get pizza from. Everybody had a different opinion, so we went with what the kids wanted, and it was a chain. From the picture online that we of what we ordered, someone was like, "Oh, that might be good." I was like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good." Add it on. If you could see what we got, it was like melted crap to cardboard. When she opened up
how's
the
your
box,
melted crap to cardboard?
We were dying because we ordered it. It was like this lavish enough for everybody to have some. There was like teeny little things. It was terrible, Preston. It was so bad that her and I didn't even eat any of it. The kids had like a few bites, and they both were like, "We don't like this."
Stop it, mommy.
So did you consider sending it back?
No, it is what it is. We knew it. We didn't want to order from there. We said, okay, because the kids see the commercials on YouTube and they think that this pizza chain is good. Right. Well, so we ordered from there.
Listen, if we're talking about the way things are depicted, when you were a kid and you were getting toys, or even now, I don't really see a lot of toy commercials. And if you were to get your Evel Knievel toy, well, there'd be a cutout of like a Snake River Canyon behind, and there's like all this stuff. It's like, it doesn't quite look that way when you get it,
right?
You know?
Yeah.
So they have all this stuff, and there's ponds and all this stuff that's never part of the packaging. So that the bait and switch is a classic technique.
Marissa ran into an issue with a shirt that she had bought on the internet last year. I think it was last year.
Yeah, that was a company in China. She made the mistake of ordering from China.
Oh, yeah, I got one of those scam things. I had another one, though, over COVID. Remember when you were just like, all of these chefs are putting out these foods, and I wanted these ramp raviolis. And I was like, great, I'm going to walk to the Italian market and get these ramp raviolis, and it'll be our dinner tonight. And I literally got home, and they were expensive because ramps are expensive. They were like 6 raviolis that were the size of a quarter each. And Matt and I just looked at each other, and we were like, what it goes.
What are ramp raviolis?
So ramps are like, they're a type of onion that you at like the very beginning of the season. I don't know. It's this really expensive
In the Fires
onion.
of Mordor?
It's this really expensive vegetable in the onion family.
Okay.
That you like go into the forest and you find kind of like truffles, Preston, where you like go dig them out.
I'm interested in purchasing some of your ramp ravioli. I hope it's not the size of a quarter, or I'll cast a spell on you and turn your penises into weevils.
Weevils?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, why not?
They wobble, but they don't pull down.
That's interesting. No, I was not familiar with ramp.
Well, that's
so disappointing.
Jen Carroll gave us Ramp Ranch seasoning in our season kits.
Oh,
you should try that out.
I have to go back and
it's good.
discover that. All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Joe. Hi, Joe. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, Joe?
Not much. How are you?
Good. All right. So something that you opened up didn't look anything like the packaging.
Any of those ice creams from those ice cream trucks that go around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Just like the SpongeBob ones, the Dora, the Sonic the Hedgehog. Any of them, they don't look like the packaging.
You're right. I remember and it's been going on for decades because when I was a kid, I remember we bought Mickey Mouse ice cream novelties. And it was a friend of mine's mom, and he made her buy them. And we opened that thing up, and she just turned. She goes, "We are never buying this crap.
You got
Don't
Mucky
ever
Mouse.
make me buy this crap again."
But ice cream
we
is
didn't eat them. We just
No.
wanted to see them.
It's a difficult medium to work in. So when you're trying to recreate a SpongeBob or a Mickey Mouse,
yeah, but the packaging they make
I
it
know,
look, they make it look so
know.
awesome.
They should explain it in the packaging. Birth defect Mickey.
Yeah,
something that you can explain away why it doesn't look the same.
What you end up getting. I'll go to Dave next. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Just got the new Atari 2600 Plus that plays the old cartridges, so I pulled them back out again. You look at the pictures on them, like Yar's Revenge has this beautifully animated giant bug. Haunted House has a guy with a face. Pele has Pele's soccer on it, has his face on it. You play the games, and all it is pixels.
Oh,
yeah, of course.
That's all they had to offer.
That's
back
all they
then.
could do,
But
yeah.
they would use this fantastical artwork.
Yeah.
To lure you in.
Oh my God, it looks like that.
And then you plug it in, and you get
Yeah, but put in the original Pac-Man the other day. Like kids are looking at it, like, what is that? They were blown away at how bad the graphics.
Tiny bit of insignificant trivia for you, Dave, with Atari games. Yar's Revenge. You know why it's called Yar's?
No, I do not.
Because the guy who created it, his name was Ray, and it's Ray backward. Ray's Revenge. Yar's Revenge.
Nice.
There you go. All right, just a
little bit of insignificant there.
A little insignificant for the insignificant. Insignificant. All right, hey, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. But yeah, they and you know what? And sometimes, Steven, in video games now, when you'll see the ads, sometimes they won't include actual gameplay.
They're using cutscenes.
They'll use the cutscenes.
Right, which is
like
the very...
for the GTA, the new GTA, I'm sitting and I'm waiting for actual play because I'm like, okay, I want to see what this really looks like. And they're just giving me the cutscenes, which are obviously the animation is much more fluid and all that stuff. And that kind of annoys me a little bit.
So I've had, and they've gotten wise that people are not going to pull the trigger on a game that's $60 unless they see actual gameplay.
Except unless it's got a pedigree like GTA.
Right,
they're just
right.
Gonna buy
they're
it
going to
no
buy it
matter what.
anyway. But yeah, I hate that. There used to be the big bait and switch where you'd say, "Oh my God, that looks phenomenal."
Yeah.
And you get home and it's.
I'm thinking about gaming a little more.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
my
I
time
think
is
I'm going to ask for a new game system for my birthday.
So I got the PS5 and I got it last year.
That's what I'm thinking about getting.
So it is a solid system. I got the PSVR, the new setup as well for it. The new next generation. I need time, and I find it's hard to get the time to do that.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was wondering if you game much anymore.
Well, I jumped in last year, and I had about a week and a half, 2 weeks where I was doing it, and I completed 2 games. That's when I jumped back into The Last of Us, Preston, and really enjoyed it. But it's like I to square away the time to just sit there and do that, I don't find I have that anymore. Now that I've had the banjo band get back together.
Oh, what? You guys got back together?
The Strumming guys.
The Strumming guys.
It's my favorite pastime.
We're going to have to put on a show.
Yeah, the Strumming guys.
Later this year. Hang on, Marissa.
I feel like this happens all the time when you're like watching a movie. Like you go on Netflix or something like that, and you look at it and you think it's going to be a movie, and then you turn it on and it's like a lame, even like a good documentary. It's just like a lame, basic cable type thing.
Perfect example. Like I saw I was scrolling through, I was on Comcast, and I always do movies on now. And it'll just pull up whatever's currently playing.
Right.
I'm still a channel surfer.
As am I.
And I come across what sounded and had cool artwork, and it sounded like an interesting concept. And it was Bass Reeves and Wyatt Earp, The Adventures of Bass Reeves and Wyatt Earp. And I think I showed you a little clip of it that I filmed on my phone. Could be the worst acting I've ever seen in my life.
Did you try and get to the actual...
Ever.
Okay, because there's the new Bass Reeves, which is on Paramount+.
That's fantastic.
Okay, yeah.
That's well done. There's like, Barry Pepper and a lot of great actors in that. But no, this is horrible knockoff below community theater.
You did show me that. Yes, you did.
Oh my God. But the artwork looked great for it.
Well, they do that always with horror movies. They'll do that.
Yes.
Constantly.
And Netflix, we were talking about Suits.
Yes.
Right.
That
the chick in the bra and panties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the show.
One episode.
The very beginning of the first episode.
Everybody started watching it.
It's the very first scene of the very first episode.
Yeah, and that will kind of lure me into when I'm surfing
panties.
and trying to find something that I've never heard of before and just want to give it a shot. And that's what'll grab me. That little thumbnail, whatever it is that they have. And a lot of times I'm not interested at all.
That wasn't filching. That was a hot Carl.
That's false advertising.
That's false advertising.
I think I'd like to start a class action lawsuit.
I don't see one straw.
I was waiting for what felching, and I got a hot Carl.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
So, time to time you'll be sitting, standing in line or sitting in traffic. You take your phone out to play a game, and in between the gameplays, they advertise for other games.
Yeah.
There's one specific game that they advertise for that they even have you try it out, they say, and the game itself, when you download it, is absolutely nothing like anything you even try.
Really?
Like phone games are notorious for that, where they'll show you something that looks, that looks unbelievable, and then you play it, and you're like, what the F is this?
I never fall for the, hey, try this out thing.
I hate it, and it
It's a
slows
waste
down the
of
game you're
time.
playing. By the way, to that point, have you noticed there were 3 commercials that aired that Sarah Jessica Parker, another pitching these phone games.
Yes, Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore, yeah.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore is doing this like this world espionage game.
Right.
Yeah, and there's this whole setup to it. I didn't see the Sarah Jessica Parker one. Steve.
Oh, and Ava Longoria.
Okay,
Ava Longoria, Sarah Jessica Parker.
High-end actresses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pitching phone games, Preston.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
They got to have boatloads of money to
That's
throw
gotta
on.
be it.
That's all there should. Do you remember back in the day that American actors would not do TV commercials?
Oh my God!
They would only do them overseas.
I wanted to send you guys this one that I saw because it's perfect for our show. It's Stallone doing a Japanese steakhouse or something. If somebody sent it to me over Instagram, okay, and I will. And Preston, it's to that exact point. It's he was too good. He was a movie star.
Yeah.
So this is at the height of here it is at the end of his in the 80s, early 90s Stallone action star. So he's doing these Japanese commercials, and he would speak Steve in Japanese. They fed him Japanese lines. Holy crap, is it hilarious?
Oh, we have to hear
get the
that.
audio. Yeah.
I've never heard Sly try to speak.
He does
Japanese before.
Coco Guy Rattlers.
You guys have to hear this audio. It's priceless.
Coco Guy Rattlers.
Coco Guy Rattlers.
That was all. In fact, some of the best, Nick, are the Stallone. And in fact, it was almost Schwarzenegger, primarily Japanese commercials.
Yeah.
They had boatloads of money, as you say, Preston, and they were hiring. But the one edict was, this cannot end up on a domestic TV station. Now, because of the web and because of the accessibility, that's off the table.
Well, that's the Bill Murray movie, right? The
Lost in Translation is based on that exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Several people are texting in telling me that gaming is a good distraction from drinking. And that I should take that on as my new hobby in my dry January.
What game would you jump in for, do you think?
Well, I've already been playing Tiger Woods 2023. I've
Right.
been playing that for a bit, but I don't know.
We play that on.
I'm PS4.
Okay.
So I think I want to get the PS5.
I tell you what,
5.
the 5 is a hell of a system. It really is, and graphically and everything, it delivers on a lot of the stuff you're looking for. But again, it depends on how good the game itself is.
Yeah.
I don't care. Make the game. One of the best games I played in a long time is a black and white side scroller, and that's a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago. Do something inventive, and make the game good.
Yeah. By the way, going back to this lawsuit, this is how we got started on this conversation. The woman that bought this complaint a while back, or that bought the peanut butter pumpkins, she bought them for $4.49 in late October. She believed the product contained a cute-looking carving of a pumpkin's mouth and eyes, as pictured on the product packaging, and would not have bought it if she had known that it did not have the carvings on it.
So Marissa Enemy says the Mousetrap box looks nothing like the board game, which is true only because there's like a super huge mouse.
Yeah.
That
they had
is
flourishes
completely cartoony. Now, I actually bought my wife for Christmas the original Mousetrap.
Oh, really?
A couple of the original board games because she never got to play Mousetrap as a kid. Her neighbor who had it would never take it out, and so I got that. I got Light Bright, and Etch a Sketch, all that stuff. So, but yeah,
now. Are you going to play Mousetrap with her? Because you don't like board games. You'll play Mousetrap with her.
Because I did just play with the Mousetrap.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoever actually played the game.
No, you just played
there's a series of things you have to do to build the Mousetrap piece by piece.
Yeah.
We never played that one time.
No.
We just put the thing together, and it's a Rube Goldberg.
Goldberg.
We used to play the Rube Goldberg version in my house.
It was so bad.
The Rube Goldberg machine, and then that's all we would do with it.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Let me go to Mike here real quick. Hey, Mike. Good morning, buddy.
You guys rock.
Hi,
Mike.
Thanks, man. What's up, buddy?
I just looked up that YouTube commercial for Stallone, and it's literally for a product called Rambo's. It's the whole like description. Stallone commercial, Rambo's sausage.
Rambo's sausage?
That's not the one I saw, but
Rambo's sausage. If you Sylvester Stallone Japanese commercials, the top one, at least on my phone, the top one says whatever, it says his name, and it says commercial Rambo sausage.
Maybe they're just saying Rambo because it's him endorsing it. But Marissa, can you get the audio?
I was listening to you guys, and I didn't get a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, it might just be.
Yeah, the one that I was talking about was not a sausage commercial, but
Thanks, Mike.
I guess he did several of them.
Appreciate it, bud. All right. Wow.
These commercials.
Let me see here. Are we getting that? Or did we found it? Yeah, it's called Sylvester Stallone Japanese TV commercial. It's as simple and short as that. So, but maybe you got what was advertised when you bought the Stallone stuff. Not apparently, according to this, with the woman that's with the lawsuit.
You like sausage? Me too. Jikoko Kai Rantler.
Short but simple message. I mean, it gets the point across.
Domo oregano. Kacha gugu gugu.
Kaja Gugu.
I think if anyone would have difficulty pronouncing or speaking in Japanese, it would be Stallone.
So the one that I saw with it, where he's actually speaking Japanese, Steve, is called Ito Ham, ITO Ham, and it's
if you like ham, you'll like Ito Ham.
It's ham steak, and he speaks Japanese in this particular.
Obviously,
commercial.
phonetically.
They're feeding him lines.
Yeah.
But yeah, ham steak, Ito Ham, Sylvester Stallone, traditional flavor.
Okay.
I know you guys don't like ham, and I don't like ham none neither. Jikoku Kai Rentner.
Wait, do you want to hear it?
Do we have it?
Yeah, well, we have the sausage one or the other one.
Oh, I don't
Wait,
care.
let's hear them both. Let's go sausages first.
All right. Stallone's. Here we go.
Byron. 食べ比べたらわかります。Byron. 肉の旨味が生きています。
Byron?
Yeah. Byron.
糸ハムだから美味しい。弾ける美味しさ。Byron.
Little jingle there.
Now we have a ham one now.
Live hammer time.
Okay, here's the ham one.
私は美味しいハムを届けます。美味しい糸ハムどうぞ。私のプライド、伝承の味、伊藤ハムの贈り物。
That's it?
Yeah.
They don't give him a lot.
Go to the down two, Casey. It says-
Ham.
No, one more.
Sausage.
Let's see what this
Liverwurst.
what this one is.
伝承粗挽き、弾ける美味しさ、バイエルン。超ミニサイズ、ポークビッツ。
That's the first one.
そして伊藤ハムのフライドチキン。伊藤ハムからあなたへ。
Okay.
They just give him but in this, he's clearly in his Rambo era because he's got the long Rambo hair.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, my gosh.
Completely
yes.
Rambo'd up.
I wonder how much he got for those.
I guarantee you a boatload.
Yeah. Because they had to fly him over there. It's like Bill Murray.
That's what I said.
Yeah, and Lost in Translation. Sorry, I missed that part. But yeah, they fly him over, wine and dine him.
I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to say ham, bologna, cheese, and for an extra meal, I'll throw in liverwurst.
Okay.
Maybe they paid him in ham.
Maybe they did.
I got a great deal. Flying over to Tokyo and getting my weight in ham.
All right. Well, we'll see what ends up happening with this woman in her class action suit. But thank you for the calls. All right, we should take a break because we got a couple things coming up. We got the secret text word and, of course, more stories from the bizarre file, first ones of the year. And there's some Rantlers.
Rantlers.
We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Gentleman Ed Bass is
right on.
here. Good to see you, man.
What up, older guy?
Is it like you just smile because Ed you were around for so many events and you came out to campouts and you know
Absolutely. So many stories. I was just telling my camera guy Misha. You guys put me on the map in Philly, first of all. With the Mumbles.
Yeah. I think you were doing pretty well, but we appreciate you. We were happy to jump on the bandwagon.
What I mean is, like, after I was on the radio show, like, everywhere I went in Philly, people knew me from that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so
No
it was really
kidding.
awesome.
Yeah. How is Mumbles doing these days?
He come on. I'm on shot camp on ball sack, you know. He's doing good.
we drops we still run from all the way back. I mean, for people who are unfamiliar, I mean, you were, and still obviously you're still working and making people laugh, but you were in the foundational stages of videos of YouTube. The
start.
The start.
Sum it up.
Yeah. And so it almost seems like the good old days at this point, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
When you can make money.
Well, I mean, that's it. It's such
hard. It's hard.
Such a glut.
Years of material went by with zero money being made. Man.
A lot, man.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
But it's okay because I don't do it for that. It's just fun. We love what we do.
Okay.
Like, we're just traveling and just filming and making people laugh and making people's days. And
you just did a video with Tony Hawk, right?
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Oh,
That was
no kidding.
probably like 6 or 7 years ago.
Wow. I just saw it pop up.
It's crazy how things are starting to, like, old stuff is starting to resurface as new. It's
All the time.
It's pretty great.
All the time. People are like, what you just said. Oh, somebody said, oh, I love that Thanksgiving video. I was like, that was like 10 Thanksgivings ago, pal.
It's
my
wild
God.
because you'll see, like, I'll see for stand-up comedians, and I'll, like obviously you perform comedy, but stuff will pop up, and I'm like, when did this come out? And it just regurgitates.
Yeah, it's just random with the alga something.
Hey, Press, what is the what was the calm response where it ended up going crap?
It was 1, 2, Bartle do, 3, 4, crap Mustang.
Yeah. What was it?
We were playing drive-through duet. Again, we haven't done in ages, where you go to a drive-through and you say one thing and you're trying to get them to respond with something, and we sent Mumbles through a drive-through. And
Mumbles is in the live show.
excellent.
Yeah, so he's like the crowd favorite sometimes, a lot of times.
It's like having Sinatra walk out on stage at this point.
It is, but it's great. You don't have to have anything to say. I don't have to, there's no rehearsal. So it's super easy.
And 2 of the 3 most popular YouTube videos on our YouTube channel of all time are you. With the first popular video we've ever had, 1.8 million views, is you with Kendra. And I texted
Hold
Kendra.
on. Did we make money?
Well, so that
Let's talk.
that leads me to my question. And then the second one was you with Bam Margera. And Kendra stopped by Camp Out for Hunger this year, which was really cool to see her.
Doing great.
It was 13 years ago. Yeah, and she looks fantastic. She sent me some pictures from that day, which was really cool. But the way that the dynamic of making money has changed a lot over the last 13 years, right? So for you, what is the most viable option for the business? Is it Instagram? Is it YouTube? Like, where do you make money in videos you produce?
Anything social media that gets views, no matter where you're at, it's going to get paid.
Right, yeah.
So sometimes it's this one, sometimes it's that one. It just depends what's hitting. Like right now, YouTube's just going up and up and up because we're active now. Like, I take breaks here and there, but for the last 9 months, we've been producing like all the time.
Okay.
And
they love you. Your placement and everything increases the amount of content you put in, right?
Sure.
So you take a break, and then that's.
I mean, you could take a break. You could take a really long break if you want to, or you could work and hustle and make more money. It's
yeah.
Oh, sorry. We're the Kendra videos on here. She is like looking around for someone to help her understand him.
I don't understand
and
him.
she's so sweet, and she doesn't want to be mean to you. And then there's a point where you get upset. And
oh,
she's
finally, I
trying-
think my going to come out and she's out there. But they're daddies.
Ditties. Oh my God. Well, listen, I wanted to ask you. You mentioned something off air. Another popular character was Skippy.
Yeah.
This guy who had used these insanely thick glasses.
Oh yeah.
That was Skippy, right?
Yeah, that was Skippy, and yeah, I was telling you guys that those glasses like changed me for life. My eyes.
They effed your eyes up.
They effed my eyes up. Yeah.
They're like wall vision, sort of.
Like Wahlburgers.
Yeah.
And
wow. And
wore them so much? Is that?
Yeah, it's like you literally can't see in those things. You can't see anything. So just it trains your eyes. It trains your eyes to be
try to adjust,
challenged.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So his eyes are furiously trying to adjust to this thing that is you can't adjust to.
I get it. Listen, I wear contacts, and I injured my eye one time, one eye, and I said, I go, well, can I at least wear the other one? The doctor was like, no, because your eye's going to try to adjust, and you'll permanently lose sight.
Yeah. Did you say that there's like a lawsuit pending with the?
I'm looking for one.
Okay.
Okay.
If anyone, by the way, just a commercial would be great. Just showing you with the glasses
I'll
on.
do an ad. Whatever. Hit me up.
Anytime, day or night.
So with that, has Skippy been put to rest?
No. Like my live shows, I do like anywhere from 4 to 10 characters, depending. Like if I do like my Philly shows, I usually bring them all out.
Okay.
But you're not putting those glasses on, right?
Oh yeah, I have to.
What can you put on?
I have to. I'm there. I'm already there. There's no turning back.
But can't we get you fake ones that aren't affecting your vision?
No, they just don't make your eyes big like that.
They're essentially magnifying glasses.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, big magnifying glasses.
So let me ask you, and so it's Mary. Is it Pishmas?
What is that?
It says
the
Mary.
name of your show. It says Mary Pishmas Show at City Winery.
It's just Ed Bassmaster Live, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
That's probably just
All
like
right.
an ad or
So
something. But Mary Pishmas, yes. Mary Pishmas.
Sure. I didn't understand. So is it with all the stuff that you have and all the video you have? Is there a multimedia aspect to it, or you're doing?
Oh,
just
absolutely, yeah. So
Okay.
we have like 8 videos that we've been shooting in the last week here in Philly.
Oh, that's awesome.
So at the Philly show, we'll show all these exclusively to that audience.
And you're going to debut them at the show?
Yes.
It's terrific.
Yeah, and we do that everywhere we go. So I'm doing shows all over. And everywhere we go, we get there early, shoot a video, and show it at the show.
Very cool.
The earliest character I remember when I first was made aware of who you were, and I don't know the names of all the characters, and I apologize for that, Ed, but
right on, Mike.
Was one that was always talking to somebody named Earl.
Oh, that's old school, yeah.
That's really old.
Yeah. There's a lot of characters that I did 1 or 2 videos of.
And that was it?
And that was it,
And then they
yeah.
moved along. How about the dude that, what's cracking?
Yo, what's up, dog? You don't know Testy?
Testy, that's it.
Fuck, man. Come on, dog. Chilling. No, he chilling. He doing the shows too and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to watch out.
Yo, you got to watch out. Yeah, one eye open. You know what I'm saying?
I love that as with Kendra, the earnest, people like, I don't want to hurt this guy's feelings, but I don't understand what the hell he's saying.
That's the Skippy character.
Yeah.
That's the Mumbles character.
Yep.
Each character has their own responses, general, that you're going to get. Skippy's always going to get treated with love and kindness.
Right.
Chip is always going to get into a fight. All you got to do is just look at somebody and go, and they want to fight, especially in Philly.
Right.
That little, that'll.
It's everybody's done it their whole life. It's just a sound of disgust.
Totally.
Like, unimpressed.
Yeah, totally.
So we talked if we're friends with the Impractical Jokers guys, and after a while, the familiarity with who they were became sort of a roadblock. At least to some of the stuff they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so when all those videos were really breaking and quite visible, did that ever become an issue? And has that abated a little bit?
Being like recognized.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
yeah.
It happens every time, everywhere we go. So
Everywhere
it's
you go.
inevitable. And a lot of times, it makes the video good. Like somebody recognizing you in public, and it's in the video, and people love seeing that. So,
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Kendra's on the request line.
Oh my God.
we love Kendra.
So Kendra was a calendar girl on the Preston and Steve show, and she was here, and it was around Christmas time in the green room, and Ed was Mumbles, and he was talking to her, and it's our most viewed video of all time. Hi, Kendra. Good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning. How are you?
We're great. So Kendra came out to the Camp Out for Hunger this year. It was great to see you, by the way.
Great to see you guys, as always.
Now, do you remember that morning that you were talking to Mumbles?
I could not forget that morning. Honestly, I went home. I didn't know the whole thing was a prank, like when it happened. And I got home, and then the next day, I guess you guys posted it, and people started texting me being like, oh, my God, you got pranked by Ed Bassmaster. And I was like, what? What's anybody even talking about? And I was like, wait, that whole thing was a prank?
You're in the video. You're trying so kindly to decipher what you're being told, and you're, as Kathy says, you're looking around for
someone to
Can
help
someone
you.
help me?
Yes. I was like, oh my God, gosh, who is this person? Like, does he need help? Do I need help? What's going on?
It is great. It still holds up, too.
It ended up being worth it in the long run. Definitely.
Hey, honey, boo boo.
Yeah, I was just like, oh no. I was like, I don't know what's going. And then I was like, oh no, I feel so bad for being. I was trying to be so nice because I thought that.
You talk to make you most on notches. Right? You get on notches, Kendra?
Oh my God.
She's not going down that road
You're
again.
not going to fall for it.
All right, Kendra, it's good to hear from you, dear.
Good to hear from you guys.
All right, we'll see
You're
you
the
later.
best.
Bye-bye. Yeah, it was, and as Mumbles, he started started getting emotional, and you couldn't tell what he was saying, but you let people figure out just a little bit of what you're trying to get across.
I don't quite recall what
It was-
that
you told her,
conversation was,
my
what that
mama-
conversation was like.
You had told her that your mother had died.
Oh, shit, she did, actually. April 26th.
Oh.
Please don't bring it up. Yeah, no, I think, Mumbles, that's the cool thing I like about Mumbles is I've advanced the language.
Yeah.
So now people are like, holy shit. Holy crap.
Yeah.
How does he do that?
Yeah.
And it's just, anything you get better over time.
Right.
And that's the fun.
So there's almost a language, a bit of a language.
There's a language to the point where I'll watch the old videos and for like a second, like, nah, I can't get into it.
Well, you have to live in the character's head. That's the only way you can converse as that character. I mean, you got it right. I mean, you're really
you're in
turning
there.
yourself over to that.
You're in there.
Wait, do you know what Mumbles is saying?
No.
You know what sounds like something, and so you live in a pseudo language, right? Yeah.
It's and Mumbles, like I said, is the easiest because you don't once you learn how to chemo stack with that over again, you get used to it. You know what I mean? Couple bashes and then asked them.
Yeah.
What's why I get more nasties, Mumbles? But that's what you do it. You know what I mean? No, that's the way. And but I know that going out in that character in public, pranking people, I'm not going to get my ass beat because nobody's going
right.
They don't really understand, so
They don't understand.
did he insult me or not?
Ed, when did it become like real serious? If like you talk about Chip, right? There's a character who's likely to get his ass kicked.
Yeah, like he goes out with his arms out like this.
Yeah. Have you ever had did you have to have someone pulled off you at any point? Or?
Pulled off of me?
Yeah.
I don't think so, pal. Who's this guy?
Who's this guy? How aggressive can people get?
Very.
Yeah. Okay.
I run.
You run. You run. Yeah.
Yeah, there was the first one that was aggressive was it was in New York City and a guy was coming out of the bank. And I was just waiting for him to come out, and as soon as he came up, and he's like, "Look, son, you want to get punched in the mouth?" And I just got going, and it escalated to the point where but he didn't do anything. It's not going to never happen.
That's hilarious.
You're lucky.
No shame in running, man.
So
hell no.
You're doing a podcast, correct?
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be starting it up again in April. So
Okay.
Do you enjoy that?
I do. It's fun.
Yeah.
I don't get into politics and religion or anything that's going on in the world at all.
You stay away from the volatile stuff as well. Yeah.
I worry about my wife and kids and my loved ones,
All right, thanks, Kath. Some more stories to share with you via the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Stumbled across this story this morning. A 30-year-old man who breached a security door was found dead in an airplane engine.
Oh, boy.
Monday morning at the Salt Lake City International Airport. A store manager inside the airport reported a disturbance involving a passenger on the secured side of the terminal. As officers responded, airport control informed them that the man passed through an emergency exit door. A pilot reported seeing a man on the tarmac, I believe, and officers requested the air traffic control tower be notified. Officers found personal items, including clothing and shoes, on one of the airport's runways. The man ran to the south end of the runway and crawled into an aircraft engine that they said was not running. Police and airport operations employees found him unconscious, partially inside the wing-mounted engine of the occupied commercial aircraft on the de-icing pad. Now, police later said the aircraft's engines were rotating and that the specific stage of engine operation remained under investigation.
Well, if they were rotating, it would have been diced up.
Police said officers asked air traffic controllers to notify the pilot to shut down the engines. Officers and airport employees worked to get the man out of the engine intake cowling.
Jeez.
Efforts to revive him, including CPR and the administration of naloxone, which is Narcan, were unsuccessful, and he died on the scene. Now, it's unclear.
Whether he died from an overdose?
Well, it's unclear what injuries caused death. They're not reporting this yet.
Right.
But the medical examiner's office is working to confirm the cause of manner of death, which may include a toxicology report. So I don't know if this guy went in and OD'd inside an engine,
That's effed up.
or if he was chopped up by the engine, or what. But it's very bizarre. Police identified.
It'd be a little more definitive if his cause of death if he was chopped up.
They identified the man as Kyler Effinger of Park City. Police said Effinger was a ticketed passenger with a boarding pass to Denver.
That's very strange.
But the Delta Airlines flight was headed from Salt Lake City to San Francisco. The Airbus eventually returned to the gate and was canceled. The flight was canceled.
Since he was a ticketed passenger, do you think if he had asked, they would have let him ride in the engine?
In the engine?
Yeah.
You know, it's an odd request,
Yeah.
but the answer is always no unless you ask.
Do you have any seats in the engines?
All right, listen to this. Former University of Wisconsin lacrosse chancellor Joe Gow said Thursday that the school's governing board fired him because members were uncomfortable with him and his wife producing and appearing in pornographic videos. The board voted unanimously during a hastily convened closed meeting Wednesday evening to fire Gow. After the vote, President Jay Rothman and Regents President Karen Walsh issued statements saying the Regents had learned of specific conduct by Gow that subjected the university to significant reputational harm. Rothman called Gow's actions abhorrent, and Walsh said she was disgusted, but neither of them offered any details of the allegations. Gow told the Associated Press in a phone interview Thursday morning that the Regents had discovered that he and his wife, former UW lacrosse professor Carmen Wilson, had been producing and appearing in pornographic videos. He maintained that he never mentioned the university or his role.
So there's no connection
in any of the videos, and the firing violated his free speech rights. He said, "My wife and I live in a country where we have a First Amendment.
It's a right to porn.
We're dealing with consensual adult sexuality. The Regents are overreacting. They're certainly not adhering to their own commitment to free speech or the First Amendment."
It's right there in the Constitution.
Gow also complained that the Regents never told him what policy he violated.
Yeah.
And he was never given a hearing
Well, this part right here.
or other opportunity to present his cause. And he said he's contemplating a lawsuit. So, you kind of have to say, look, if you're not going to tell me why, and if you're not going to give me a chance to at least
address
my
it,
mind,
yes,
he
might have legal standing.
And that's all they had to do. And they could go, by the way, you're still fired, but thank you for,
So firing for cause, usually there's that codicil in an agreement.
Right.
Okay. There's a video here. Is that it's YouTube? It's not a porn video, but that's them.
This is from his YouTube channel, Casey. And so this is his wife. This is the chancellor, and then they would invite porn stars on and would do stuff with the porn stars as well.
They'd cook healthy food.
Yeah, it was a cooking / porn channel.
Legit.
Yeah.
Watched
Kathy.
these guys last week, not knowing who they were.
Oh, really?
Yes.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Okay.
They showed up. I used them. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild.
Gow had planned to retire. You use them?
Yeah.
Okay.
To make love to yourself?
Yeah.
As chancellor, Gow had planned to retire as chancellor.
They made love, man. You know
They
what I'm
made
saying?
love
Yeah.
and a nice pickle loaf.
At the conclusion of the spring 2024 semester and transition to a role in teaching communication courses. Casey, I think I know who these people are too. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, and you're right.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not.
It's a little
porn,
more.
porn.
It's more
Sexy
and love making,
Right.
As opposed to
and so
smacking and all that.
It's relatively soft core.
Although it shows full on.
Well, compared to some of the other things that are out there. But
Right.
they also have a YouTube channel, and quite literally, like they're doing cooking, but they're doing sexy cooking.
So with the more adventurous, is there cooking in the porn stuff as well, or is it just simply porn?
A little of both.
Okay.
Whatever's on your menu,
Now
Steve.
you're cooking.
Yeah.
So he had planned to retire.
Could you make me a grilled cheese before you do that?
As chancellor at the conclusion of the spring 2024 semester and transition to a role in teaching communication courses. But Rothman said Wednesday evening that he planned to file a complaint with the interim chancellor seeking a review of his tenure. So interesting.
Take that out of your mouth and taste this grilled cheese.
We will see how that plays out. All right, I have time for just one more story. This is for Gene Simmons.
All right.
But a rare occasion, this is just a one chicken story.
Oh, my God.
Instead of millions.
Well, it's a new year.
Yeah. But Peanut, the world's oldest chicken, has died at 21.
What?
21?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What is
oldest chicken?
What's the life expectancy of a chicken?
A lot less than
1
that.
hour.
No. Peanut died at her home in Michigan on
I
Christmas.
was bedside.
On Christmas morning. Peanut was born
Peanut, can you see me? Peanut, can you hear me?
Peanut was born in 2002 when her owner, Marcy Darwin, peeled Peanut out of her egg.
I got here as soon as I heard. Where's Peanut?
And she said they bonded immediately. She wrote in a blog post, I
like chicken.
I realized she had a phenomenally long life for a chicken. I'm heartbroken nonetheless.
Very fulfilling life.
This year, Peanut was given a Guinness World Record title of world's oldest living chicken at age 20. Darwin said this led to worldwide attention with newspaper interviews and television appearances. She said Peanut's spirit and antics delighted viewers online and in the media.
What would constitute a Peanut antic?
I don't know. She said she was an incredible little bird.
Would it sing a song from Broadway?
My mind goes to the many moments in her life spent outdoors and in our home interacting with other birds, cats, dogs, and humans.
From Hamilton?
The blog post went on to say Peanut's daughter, Millie, died on Halloween night at the age of 15, and Darwin could tell it took a toll on Peanut. And on December 7th...
You've got to go on. Millie would want it. Peanut, you've got so much left to live.
And on December 7th, Peanut's old boyfriend, Benny, also died.
Oh, he's back in town.
And he was between 12 and 15. And Darwin said she believed that Peanut was grieving the loss of her friends as old age was
Benny's
catching
no
up.
good for you.
And on December 23rd...
He thinks he's the cock of the walk.
Darwin said she spent the night holding Peanut, and on Christmas Eve, she took Peanut to bed with her as she
never liked you.
Normally did for 2 decades.
I never liked you.
She said, I could feel her little head resting on my shoulder. As she had
She
done,
gently put her into the frying pan.
as she had done for years. And around 5 a.m., she said her neck relaxed into mine, and I knew she had died peacefully in her sleep. Her final gift to me.
Well, then there was the meal afterwards.
Can you?
That was the final gift.
That was the final gift. You're right.
Oh, my God, she's delicious.
It's like Homer eating Pinchy, the lobster.
So delicious.
And she said, I know brighter days will come in time, but she will forever be missed.
The other side of the Rainbow Bridge. That's where the chickens gather with
On
all
the
your
other
family
side.
pets.
Yeah. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, let's do the secret text word prize. Let's give it away. So, Kathy, what number caller? First one in 2024.
Oh.
Make it a good number.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with...
Go with 2024.
Oh, God.
In memory of Bill, I'm going to go with 10.
All right, caller 10. All right. 215-263-WMMR. You need to know the secret text word in order to get the prize. So we'll get to it when we return. Trash and music news. More to win coming up there, too. We'll be right back.
And I have blinds on 24/7, so
And now you literally can't see because of the glasses.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the hype or the good things about podcasts is you can hear these insights of people's opinions and on those matters, and I just don't have any.
Right,
I don't follow anything.
Yeah.
So I got nothing to talk about on the podcast. Okay? Talk to you later.
nothing
I
to
gotta
talk
go.
I had a friend of mine who quit watching news altogether about 4 years ago.
I'm about 10 years, dude.
And
no
he
news,
loves
no
it.
local,
Like
nothing.
nothing.
And I've never been happier in my life.
You cannot
I wish I
believe.
could.
We have to for what we do.
Yeah, you guys
But
have
there's
to, yeah.
so much acrimony and so much. It is liberating when you can take because of a break or Thanksgiving like the just passed to just go everything off.
I could live in a cabin in the woods. Dude.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm that guy.
I'm watching this YouTube channel about
problem.
these people that do exactly that.
Yeah.
That really, and so it looks great in the video. Man, I would love to do that. And then you realize in 7 seconds you'd be going, Where's cable TV?
Well, they're making movies about it.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. You're in the wilderness hiding out, and you're posting it online.
Right.
I'm off the grid. How you doing? 2 million followers. He's off the grid.
Yeah.
Where do you live now?
South Jersey, Cinnaminshkin.
Cinnaminshkin.
Love
All
it.
right. Nice.
Awesome. Great community. Great people.
Were you from Bucks County?
Northeast Philly, and then I grew up in Bucks County.
Okay.
Yeah. Northeast Philly for like the first 5 years of my life.
Okay. And how often are you doing shows these days?
Pretty much anytime we want to. Like it's gotten to the point where I'm just picking where I want to go. And
Okay.
we just book a show there and go there.
Traveling all over the country?
All over the country. We're also supposed to be going to Australia in 2024, Canada, UK, a bunch of other cool places.
So what are you going to fish for in Australia when you get down there?
Yeah, he's a fisherman.
Big tooth tuna.
Big tooth tuna.
Big tooth tuna. Look them
Yeah.
up.
I mean, you're real deal.
All right.
No, there's no such thing. Big tooth tuna.
So, question: do you find that you have like pockets of fans in certain areas that are like a little heavier here and there?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what are some of your popular locations?
Florida is crazy. Like, yeah, I did a weekend at one club, 6 shows, and they were like packed every single one.
That's awesome.
So, and going from like Jacksonville down to Miami, every show like jam packed. So Florida, like they're diehard. Trying to think where else. Denver was a really great crowd.
Right.
Really,
I love the multimedia stuff because Steve-O did that. Steve-O he turned his stand-up. He does, and that the tech is there. It's easier than ever to do that sort of stuff. You know,
funny story about Steve-O. He came to my worst show ever. Speaking of live shows, I did a show at Caroline's in New York City, and it was like probably my least attended show.
Really?
And then he comes into my green room after. He's like, "Yeah, dude, that was a good show." And I was like, "Oh man, Steve-O came to my worst show."
Oh no! Is he kind of a fan? Is he aware of
Well,
you?
we're
Are
cool.
you guys
We're tight.
friends?
I'm tight with Steve-O. Yeah, like,
Excellent.
so we filmed a while ago, and we hang out, we talk.
Love it.
He's a
cool,
great guy.
He's
I mean,
down to earth. You
and
guys
again,
know
when
him.
you look at him, we obviously stuff's been going on with BAM and stuff like that Steve-O was so far down that everyone just had written him off, and here he is. He's just on
I have a lot
fire.
of respect for that guy. 'Cause
Yeah.
I hung out with him, and he's the real deal. Like he's not gonna let anything get in his way.
No,
of
Is
his
that
sobriety.
Is that an easy impression to do, or one that hurts every time you do it because of the gravelly nature of his voice?
Yeah, Dad. I feel terrible. I wonder if it hurts him.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, we're stoked to have you back in.
Thank you.
And the fact that you got a couple of shows coming up there this weekend. If you want to see Ed Bassmaster, he's going to be at City Winery, 6 p.m. show and 9:30 show, and bringing the characters that you love to life on the stage and some multimedia stuff.
It's terrific.
Yeah, man, it's good to hear from you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Anytime, brother. Keep cracking.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Love you too. Thank you. Ed Bassmaster, guys. We're going to take a break. So, Dancing with the Stars host Tyra Banks had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No.
Excuse me?
But salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck.
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my
knocker.
my nips.
Nips didn't show.
So
did
you'll
they?
never know. know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No, case my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's just hanging out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight and sometimes it just like pops out the top and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude, your boob is because." I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's
them.
like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is a it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. I've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But
They
they look like
expensive, though.
the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No,
It's a
you
gift
can't.
that keeps on giving all year.
This afternoon, temperatures topping out about 45 degrees. Tomorrow, 43. And then it starts cooling off on Friday, high 39. Saturday, 38. And then we're expecting some rain overnight. If it's cold enough, may turn into a wintry mix and might end up with a little bit of snow on Sunday. And it might be that slushy stuff, which is kind of pain. That stuff's hard to shovel.
Yeah, but they're not in this
Doesn't stick
general
around
area.
very long.
Yeah, they're not predicting a lot. I mean, they're kind of staying off totals because they know it could easily break more rain than anything. So keep an eye out.
All righty. Casey, I need the things switched around here a little bit. Oh, no, you're right. We were looking for secret text word. I apologize. So we were looking for caller number 10 with a secret text word, and it is Jeff who we're going to go to. Hey, Jeff, good morning, buddy.
Yo, sorry to bother you guys at work.
Jeff, it'll be all good if you can tell me what the secret text word is, please.
The secret word is lotion.
Lotion. You're correct. Hang on a second, man. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to Joe Gatto's Night of Comedy. Thursday, January 19th at the Met. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Complete details on the concert calendar at WMMR.com. And then we grabbed a random texter, and that's Bill Pritz of Glenside, PA. So Bill, you're going to go see Joe as well Thursday, January 19th at the Met. We're going to give away something else, a lesson question prize, and this is for another comedy show that is also going to be at the Met, and I am going to this show. Brett Goldstein at the Met. Roy Kent.
That is so cool.
If you can answer this question correctly, let's go with, who was Brooke Hogan's flower girl? 215-263. WMMR. It was from about 7 o'clock this morning. If you were listening, you know the answer. Call now. Who was Brooke Hogan's flower girl? 215-263 WMMR. Call right now, and you might get to go to that show.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center. Train for a career in broadcast media, web development, social media marketing, and filmmaking. at CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill. And you can visit gocsb.com. That's gocsb.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Kelly Clarkson served as witness for two men who had an impromptu wedding during one of her shows in Vegas. And because it was Vegas, by the end of the show, both men had filed for divorce.
Hey!
Britney Spears posting some pictures of her sons, Sean and Jaden, on Instagram, saying the holidays make her miss them even more. Fortunately, Spears says blues with some crazy knife dancing.
Oh my God.
And finally, adult film producer and porn star Michael Lucas is getting criticized from some people in his industry for writing his name on a missile targeted for Hamas. Lucas says he knew he should have gone with his first instinct, which was to put it up his ass. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
We are looking for the answer to this. Who was Brooke Hogan's flower girl? 215-263 WMMR. And I'm going to go to John, our first caller. And hey, John, morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning to see you. All right, John, who was Brooke Hogan's flower girl?
Sergeant Slaughter.
Yes. Sergeant Slaughter. Hang on, John. We are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Brett Goldstein Thursday, January 25th at the Met, Philadelphia. A few tickets remain via Ticketmaster, so get them now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. There you go. A couple of stories from music news. Jack White is teasing new music. The White Stripes singer posted a clip to Instagram of guitar music with the words original audio. Fans immediately started posting that they wanted to hear more. Jack had previously revealed that he made more music in lockdown than he had done in the past decade. And his most recent releases were a pair of solo albums, Fear of the Dawn and Entering Heaven Alive, both from 2022. So he's got some new stuff coming up.
So the big question remains with him. Will he tour Philadelphia at all?
Will he make a stop here?
I think we made an impression when we had him on the show. He seemed to like us.
We had a nice conversation.
Sure, not a day goes by when he doesn't think those guys in Philly are A-okay.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe we can get him on again and convince him to come back through town, or at least find out what happened, why he bailed. Metallica shared another video from their 2023 tour. The 1997 track Fuel is their latest visual, and it was shot in November at Ford Field in Detroit and starts out in what looks like sound check and then opens up full throttle to a live audience. When the song was first released nearly 27 years ago.
Oh, my God.
Debuted at #1 on the U.S. Billboard.
That's how long that guy's been working for Burger King.
200 as well.
Yeah, you're right.
And all he got was pens.
All he got was pens.
And other countries around the world.
I had a really cool moment with my son yesterday. I was driving him to the gym, and we were listening to MMR, and Master of Puppets came on, and I didn't know he knew anything about that. And so it was like, and then he started like singing along with it. I was like, oh my God, you know Metallica.
He doesn't think it's dog water?
No, he doesn't. He thinks it slaps cheeks, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
It's not butt.
But
wait, I don't remember dog water. Was that a phrase?
He
that
was
being
saying
thrown away
dog
for a while?
water, and but dog water meant something that nobody in the family really knew what it meant. And then when we looked it up, we were like, "Oh, you can't say dog water." I actually, even right now, I don't remember what it means.
Right.
But it was at that time probably. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It doesn't slap cheeks.
No, it's male
Man
batter.
batter.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Dog water. Come on. Guitarist John 5 shared some details about the new music that Motley Crue is working on.
Input. That's Johnny 5.
I got it.
Thank you.
I
I'm sorry.
enjoyed it.
I'm sorry.
Need more input.
I did not get that at all. Because you said
Input. Los Locos kick your ass.
He says that one track that Nikki Sixx has written harkens back to the sound of their debut album, Too Fast for Love. In an interview, he said it is just natural for him to write these songs that I have loved and lots of other people have loved. I think we're always going to make new music because, man, this guy is pumping out amazing lyrics and great music.
Man.
When we all get together, it's pretty magical, he said.
Bro.
Tommy Lee recently called the new songs insane.
Sick.
And noted that
the songs are sick.
What they're working on isn't a full album, but it could turn into that. So we'll see.
So these are slapping. They're not dog water.
Nick, let me know if you saw this story or not. Eddie Vedder stopped in a music store in Oahu, Hawaii, and bought 3 guitars for the store's music teacher to pass on to his students.
Isn't that cool?
I did. I saw it, and I think what's really cool is that he went back. He wrote notes to the kids so there was multiple visits to this store.
Well, yeah. So the Coconut Grove music teacher Harry Koizumi asked his students to write a thank you note for Eddie for each of them, and he wrote each personal note. Koizumi posted photos on Facebook and called it a Christmas they will never forget. So
I've got a joke for you.
Okay. What's that?
What? Now I'm doing.
Wait, you're Gene Simmons.
Yeah. I'm doing.
It is more like this.
It is more like. What do you say to Meatloaf when he's in Hawaii?
What?
What's it gonna be, poi?
Hang on.
Yes. That's terrific.
And some of those impressions have
They're very similar.
They have attributes that are in common with each other.
Yeah, there's a little Johnny
stuff that
Depp in
gets
there.
Stuck in one, and you can't get out of one.
So the key element is actually the tongue towards the roof of the mouth.
Yeah.
So when you do that, you're doing more like. And Eddie is a little bit more like this, which is kind of Johnny Deppish.
Yeah. And then finally,
Get it? What's it going to be, boy?
Finally, The Who's Pete Townsend says that his dear friend Elton John has completed a new album with Brandy Carlisle.
Oh, that's
Why
great.
didn't Elton John say it?
I don't know. That's a good question. You're a fan of both Brandy and Elton, I would assume,
Yeah, and
right?
I listened to the Brandy Carlisle book this past year. And what I really enjoyed about the book is it's her reading her own words, but then also she'll like mention like a song or something like that. And then kind of at the end of the chapter, she will then sing said song.
Well,
But
that's cool.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. It's like she doesn't just do her songs. Like
Booger didn't do any singing, did he?
No, he didn't.
No. Getty did.
Yeah.
Getty sang a little bit.
Oh, there you go.
In his, there was a couple times where he would sing a line from a song.
But one
and
of
also
the-
there was
Behind the lighted booger?
There were also some tracks he added on the end of his.
One of the things that she talks about in the book is the relationship that she had forged with Elton John along the way.
Yes.
Which is really, really cool because she was a huge fan.
Right.
These artists, were fans first. And then, when you can actually
I
be
love that.
friends with the person that you were a fan of, that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. He said,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
he said that this is. Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
We should get that guy
Together,
together
yeah,
with Al Pacino. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Come here. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Did you know that Eddie Vedder and Brandy Carlisle are friends?
I did.
Yeah,
That's right. Thanks for bringing that up, Nick.
That's why I brought it back. Yeah.
How are they friends?
The guys in Pearl Jam are huge Brandy Carlisle fans as well. So Mike McCready has played with her.
She's from that area.
She's from Seattle. They've covered one of her songs. She's covered one of theirs. So there's a song called "The Story," and then she's done "Better Man." There's a nice relationship. And Casey's right. Like she's one of these musicians. I've never seen her live. I'd really like to see her perform.
What's her brand of music?
It's like
What would you-
folk,
Americana.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's cast off as country, which I think it
It's
transcends.
not really country.
It's better than that, man.
Okay.
But she came onto my radar when she performed at the Grammys. It was one of those show-stopping performances where you're like, wait, hang on a second. Who is this chick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold the phone.
Yeah.
Hold the phone.
Hold the phone.
What's going on here? What am I witnessing?
Let's see. Pete Townsend said they made an album together in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He says that it's one of the best things they've ever done. Elton had already revealed that the record was finished and that he'd worked on it with lifelong songwriting partner Bernie Taupin. And apparently he had been, Pete Townsend had said that Elton has been at a loss following the end of his farewell tour and reached out to Carlisle to work on a project.
I see he's getting antsy now.
Yeah, so he still wants to be involved in music somehow. It's just that whole touring thing.
Do you know what Elton's going to do? You mark my words. We're going to see the debut in 2024 of the band Elton John, Bill Weston, and John DeBella.
Oh, okay. They're going to... All three are just tired of retirement, and they want to do something.
Nick, you're usually the one who writes these things down. Did you write that down? He said, mark my words.
Yes. Okay. It'll be, we'll get that done by December. Also,
a super group with Bill Weston, John DeBella, and Elton John.
Getting back to Brandy real quick, and Elton, she has this version of Madman Across the Water, which is obviously an
great
Elton
song.
song. And yeah, and Steve, she's covered it, and she covered it here in Philadelphia for a competing radio station, and it's really well done.
All right. That's my last story. That's it.
Oh, man.
That's all you need, man.
That's all
That's
I
all
got
you need, man.
for music news. All right, we're going to break and come back in a second. New Word of the Week prize. We'll get our first letter of the day for the Word of the Week, and then we'll move out the way. So we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Can I, Steve? Let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Kat.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
What are you
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God, that would be amazing.
The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute,
the last
located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the Dark Triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their
He's
exes.
the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
where
we
you end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
that we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Kath? Or?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you had to clean up right after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear
be,
history and
there might be,
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
there might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be
Okay,
here.
all right.
That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems. So that this time around, it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Hey,
my
man.
God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
He's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a
and I
second.
love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all. and
he's
is
going about his
continuing to
business.
work.
What are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry, I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back, and then you're like, oh my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hi guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey
Yeah, if
doesn't
you don't
mind
mind,
dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the
No,
radio?
we had nothing
Miming.
to do with miming. I was wondering if you could drop your pants again because we missed that.
Oh.
We didn't get a picture of it.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so
On the radio.
would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said?
I guess
That's
so.
adorable.
This other worker,
3-3 WMMR in Lincoln Park to wrap up our radio program today. The song is Lost. Preston and Steve Show. 10:31. And we're already into Wednesday.
I like that.
I like easing back into things.
Yeah.
It's a little bit, it's easier.
Well, this
That's
would be
why.
the day normally we'd start to get hit.
Yes.
And then so we come in fresh so we can be a disaster on Friday.
Yeah, that's what we're working on for you. So tune in on Friday. Hear the train wreck live on the air. But thank you for those who checked in, joined in, won some stuff, maybe hung out for a bit. And our friends at Fox Good Day, who we had a chance to say hello to for the first time. You know, I forgot to do. Congratulate Jackie Bam Bam on his win with the Mummers Day Parade.
So cool.
7 years in a row, was it? Or he's 7 years. I know he has one. He texted me about it.
They gave him a major shout out on they had Larry Mente and Dawn Stensland doing the coverage of the Mummers Parade.
Oh, yeah?
Gave a major shout out to him because the costume was astonishing.
He did Jungle Exotica.
Yeah.
And it was the handsome costume category. And so, yeah, he came in first place again. He's definitely a fave. But he had texted me and said, you know what, let me see. I'll pull up that text. See exactly what he said because I think it might be 7 years
Dearest Preston,
in a row.
as I sit here staring at the screen, I am filled with a sense of honor and love for your show.
All right. No. And then after that.
What did I actually write?
7-time first prize handsome costume. All right. So it wasn't maybe not in a row, but yeah. Congratulations, Jackie.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, he's
Jeez, the amount of work that goes into that stuff that he, the costume and he was also playing drums as he's doing the performance. Yeah,
it's nuts, dude. It's just crazy. I don't know how this guy finds the time when he does.
Dearest Preston, thanks for saying you don't know how this guy finds the time.
Because we get here and he's here.
He is here.
On most days,
Yeah.
he's still here.
He's working on his Friday night show and his other shows, obviously.
I get in at 4. His show gets done at what time now?
Midnight. Yep.
And he's, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Midnight, and he's here till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but
Dearest Preston, I found it odd that you did not know when my show ended.
No.
this is not a knock on him, but he gets all of that stuff done, and then he shows up for work at he gets here at 6:59.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
But he's prepared.
But he's
Yeah.
prepared. That's
He's
the
ready to
thing.
go.
So, but that's what he does. He's always been a night owl.
Yeah.
You know. So
Dearest Casey, I'm surprised you were critical of me.
no, it wasn't. I wasn't critical. I wasn't critical.
You know what I learned when we're on vacation is that I am also a night owl and that this job is terrible.
Yeah, it is.
It's a
hours are
great job.
terrible.
I love this job so much. But yeah,
Dearest Nick, thanks for your candor this morning in describing the wear and tear of the schedule.
when I revert back to my normal sleep schedule, my normal staying up at night and whatever, I go to bed much later and then I sleep much later.
That's why I can't let myself be seduced by I still wake up a bit early just to make sure that it is not a monumental task to get back on the schedule.
I get seduced so easily and so quickly.
Here's the shout out to Jackie. Apparently, we have the audio of that.
And this is a person, Dawn, that we have both worked with.
Yes, for many
A
years.
radio legend, Jackie Bam Bam, and a huge supporter of the Mummers.
Huge. Jackie is everything that is Mummers. He's so iconic in Philadelphia. How could he not be a Mummer? You know, it just wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
Right, exactly. He dresses like one all the time.
He does. He looks like he's ready for a Mummers parade every day. Love Jackie. Let's go. He's Jungle Exotica.
By the way, Larry Menti's still on the air?
He is and does a show in Delaware, I believe it is. He does a political talk show, I believe.
Oh, okay.
And by the way, I just found this out. I don't watch the Mummers, and it's I just don't, and I never have. But right before Jackie Bam Bam went on, his girlfriend Brittany performed.
Oh, no kidding!
It was her first performance ever, and she was I guess a Cleopatra type of.
And she was doing this handsome category as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kicked their ass.
That's awesome, man. So congratulations,
Los
Jackie.
Locos.
Let's see. Pierre is here. That means that we can do the letter of the day.
Yes, we can.
All right, let's do that thing.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
F as in far out.
All right, and we have just 3 letters to keep track of this week. A pair of tickets to the 2024 Black Tie Tailgate. Friday, January 12th, 2024, Philadelphia Auto Show at the PA Convention Center. It's going to be January 13th through the 21st, and new cars, classics, customs, everything in between. Come and find out what fuels you. Tickets are on sale now at PhillyAutoShow.com. How you doing, man? Happy New Year.
Good, and Happy New Year to you kids.
Excellent. Did you have a good time off?
Very good time. New Year's Eve in the city with friends at a party, and then New Year's Day went to Mummers and did my traditional pub crawl. And I think they found me in a gutter at 11th and Market.
No, is that right?
I didn't quite make it down to 2.
So did you hear about Preston's New Year's? He had a clash with the Demon Rum.
Yeah.
I did not.
Oh, I just overdid it. And the first was just the day was a complete wash. It was horrible. It was an experience in pain and anguish.
I wasn't feeling particularly pretty on the second.
On the second,
the first. Remember, I don't drink during the day. I don't like day drinking.
Yeah.
Because I don't usually like to get started until like 10 or 11 and go long, or start in the evening and go that. But I mean, people start drinking in the daytime. So you go into you're having Bloody Marys at noon, and then by 4 o'clock, you love everyone. And then if you're still going by 7, you're really, and then I was still going at midnight. And so it wasn't pretty the next day.
I hear you, man.
Yeah.
I feel the pain for sure.
Thank you.
What's happening on?
Well, we've got Workforce Blocks of the Rolling ZZ Top, and we've got a fun day.
Wonderful. Enjoy, friends. All right, I want to thank our sponsor. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Tomorrow on this very program, comedian Ian Fidance will be in the studio as well. Well, we're also going to be checking in with our buddy Scotty Hartnell.
Ah, nice.
For an event coming up. So we'll chat with those guys, and we'll dive into some more good stuff tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.